Chapter 561. In order to help the amethyst queen bee successfully break through the bottleneck between the mid-stage and late-stage blood condensation realm, Lu Ping had used Fornax Laozu to enter Zhenling's land of inheritance twice. Of course, the price of entering the land of inheritance was also cruel. Fornax Laozu had taken half of Lu Ping's harvest from the land of inheritance twice. One had to know that this half was not the same as the other cultivators who managed the spiritual herb gardens. Fornax Laozu was a man of character. He directly said, half of the amethyst honey and half of the royal jelly. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Lu Ping was naturally indignant and felt that he had suffered a loss. However, Fornax Laozu had already grasped his sore spot. Although Fornax Laozu had never personally cultivated the amethyst queen bee, his hundreds of years of experience and his identity as an alchemy grandmaster meant that his understanding of the amethyst queen bee was no less than Lu Ping's. However, when he thought about how Fornax Laozu had been carrying the blame of being the amethyst queen bee breeder for him, it saved Lu Ping a lot of trouble. Fornax Laozu used the amethyst queen bee's royal jelly to refine some of the top-grade elixirs that were crucial to Liang Xianfeng, Chu Xiancheng, and Guo Xianshan, who were in the process of breaking through to the Dharma manifestation stage. These elixirs played an indispensable role in Zhenling's growth. Therefore, Lu Ping could reluctantly bear the pain. In the distance, the amethyst queen bee's patrol formation finally ended its inspection of the Sea of Flowers. Under the escort of 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee, it once again entered the Golden House through the Golden Door. However, the 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee remained outside. Just as the amethyst queen bee returned to the Golden House, the previously disappearing buzzing sound became even louder this time. The golden door of the Golden House flashed with ripples. Under Lu Ping's meticulous cultivation, the amethyst queen bee had grown to nearly 8,000 amethyst queen bees. Under the lead of 240 early-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees, they gathered behind the 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees that were already waiting in the sky. Then, each late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee led 2 early-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees and about 70 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees. They were divided into 120 small teams and charged towards the Sea of Flowers. After settling the matter of the amethyst queen bees, under the urging of the spirit monster Peachtree, Lu Ping had no choice but to head towards the direction of the giant tree. Fortunately, the amethyst queen bee could sense the presence of the queen bee. As long as Lu Ping didn't purposely close the spatial passage to the Golden House, the entire amethyst queen bee swarm wouldn't fall into chaos. They could find Lu Ping at any time. The spirit herbs and blooming flowers in the Sea of Flowers swayed as Lu Ping walked through the path they opened. It was as if they were welcoming Lu Ping's arrival. Lu Ping strolled among the flowers. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to carefully identify the spirit herbs and flowers. He compared them with the many spirit herbs in his memory. The deeper Lu Ping walked into the Sea of Flowers, the closer he got to the giant tree. The more luxuriant the spirit herbs, flowers, and trees became. The medicinal properties of the spirit herbs were also the densest. The amount of spiritual qi that the spirit herbs were absorbing was also more obvious. Lu Ping walked deeper into the Sea of Flowers. Before he discovered anything, Luan Yu was already shouting excitedly in the Golden House, "Growing soil. This is the scent of growing soil. The soil under the feet of these spirit herbs is definitely mixed with growing soil. Even though it's only a thin layer, how big is this Sea of Flowers? How much growing soil will there be in total? Compared to the growing soil mixed with the soil here, the piece of growing soil we obtained earlier and the large piece of growing soil we saw at the Phantom Spirit Auction are just dreg." Lu Ping was shaken. He wished he could scrape off a layer of soil from the ground and spread it in the Golden House to improve the quality of the soil there. However, Luan Yu's exclamation seemed to have just started. When Lu Ping continued to walk deeper into the Sea of Flowers, Lu Ping's nose once again smelled an unusual fragrance. This fragrance was something Lu Ping had seen in Zhenling's collection of ancient books. 1,000 fragrances dew. This is the scent of 1,000 fragrances dew. This quality of 1,000 fragrances dew is definitely not inferior to a low-grade heaven-tier spirit item. Luan Yu was shouting excitedly in the Golden House. It seemed as if she was eager to rush out of the Golden House. However, she was firmly locked in the Golden House by Lu Ping and ignored. 1,000 fragrances dew was also a kind of heaven and earth strange item that could promote the growth of spirit grasses, spirit flowers, and spirit trees, and shorten their maturation period. Its effect was not inferior to the growing soil. 1,000 fragrances dew was a kind of strange item that could only be bred after collecting at least 1,000 kinds of spirit flowers in a place rich in spirit energy for hundreds of years or even longer. This kind of strange item's quality could be high or low, but in the end, it still depended on the quality of the spirit flower that condensed the dew. In the sea of flowers here, even the ordinary flowers would have accumulated spirit energy for hundreds of years or even longer, not to mention the spirit flowers and spirit grasses. There were many that were over 1,000 years old, so how could the quality of the 1,000 fragrances dew be inferior to a low-grade heaven-tier spirit item? In fact, when the amethyst bees cultivated by Lu Ping collected the nectar from the spirit flowers and spirit grasses, they would also promote the growth of the spirit flowers and spirit grasses. From this point, the amethyst bee's effect on the spirit grass garden was not inferior to the 1,000 fragrances dew and the growing soil. However, during the process of promoting the growth of the spirit flowers and spirit grasses, the amethyst bee royal jelly could also be brewed into amethyst honey. Moreover, there was also the amethyst bee royal jelly that countless alchemists would go crazy over. As long as the amethyst bees didn't go extinct, the amethyst bee royal jelly would continue to be brewed. From this point, the value of the amethyst bees was much higher than an ordinary heaven-tier spirit item. Moreover, the swarm of amethyst bees in Lu Ping's hands had grown to nearly 8,000. Under the leadership of the amethyst bee king, who was at the peak of the blood condensation realm, the unique amethyst bee Dao soldier formation could even fight against a few early and mid-stage core forging realm cultivators. The amethyst bees had already entered and left the Golden House several times under the lead of a silver peak at the peak of the blood condensation realm. In order to make it easier for the amethyst bees to enter and leave, Lu Ping simply shrunk the Golden House to a foot high and held it in his hand. The amethyst bees bustled in and out of the Golden House without rest, as if the honey in the sea of flowers had been stored for too long. Lu Ping walked through the sea of flowers for about half a day. Although he didn't use any escape techniques, it was enough for him to walk for tens of miles. The giant tree in the distance seemed to be much closer now. At this moment, Lu Ping could no longer see the giant tree clearly. He could only look up at the giant tree's branches that extended for tens of feet, sometimes even hundreds of feet. "You're finally here." A deep voice sounded as if it came from ancient times. It sounded as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of time, but it was still filled with vitality and vigor. Lu Ping looked up in surprise. He didn't know when, but a middle-aged cultivator with a simple and crude appearance was standing only a few dozen feet away from Lu Ping. The middle-aged cultivator had his hands behind his back and was smiling at Lu Ping. This person was actually able to walk to a distance of a few dozen feet from Lu Ping without being discovered. With Lu Ping's spiritual sense at the peak of the core forging realm, it was obvious that this person in front of him was at least a Transcendence Realm cultivator to be able to do this. Lu Ping didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Lu Ping greets Senior. May I know if Senior has been communicating with the spirit peach tree and asked it to meet me here?" The middle-aged cultivator nodded with a smile and said, "That is correct. Little friend, you are a kind-hearted person. Inside your spatial magic artifact, the little peach yarrow is being taken care of very well. It would appear that the little peach yarrow trusts you greatly. To be able to treat a spirit yarrow in such a manner, there is probably no one else in the world of cultivation." As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He led Lu Ping to the bottom of the giant tree. Lu Ping followed closely behind the middle-aged cultivator. He curiously asked, "Senior seems to be very familiar with the little peach tree. To be able to make the little peach tree so certain in such a short period of time, how did Senior do it?" After seeing the middle-aged cultivator, Lu Ping's guess about the person the little peach tree had previously begged Lu Ping to bring it to meet suddenly fell through. The moment Lu Ping saw the middle-aged cultivator, he became vigilant. Afterwards, he discovered that with the middle-aged cultivator's strength, if the middle-aged cultivator really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, so he relaxed. When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lu Ping's words, he couldn't help but smile. Although the old man has never entered the cultivation world, every time the sky wall of poison opens, the old man can still obtain some information from the cultivators who enter. He knows that in the cultivation world, plants, trees, bamboo, and stones that can cultivate into spirit monsters are few and far between. In the eyes of cultivators, spirit monsters are all treasures, so they often suffer misfortune before they can reach core formation. Lu Ping walked behind the middle-aged cultivator and carefully listened to the middle-aged cultivator's words. Although Lu Ping already knew these things, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. However, when the middle-aged cultivator turned around and walked, Lu Ping felt that there were many strange things about the middle-aged cultivator's body, but it was extremely difficult to say. It seemed that the middle-aged cultivator's movements were not like ordinary people's. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be aware of Lu Ping's gaze and turned his head to look at Lu Ping with a smile. He continued with a smile. Because of the lack of necessary cultivation methods, even if spirit monsters can cultivate into a complete form and blend into the cultivation world without being noticed by others, they are mostly at the bottom of cultivators of the same level. Thus, when the old man suddenly discovered that there was a human cultivator with a spirit monster peach tree in hand, not only did he not take his life, but he even protected him. He naturally became curious and happy. The middle-aged cultivator turned to look at the huge tree and interrupted, "We're almost there. This body is too big, it's also a burden." Lu Ping was terrified. Chapter 562. When Lu Ping heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, he quickly concealed the shock on his face. However, the middle-aged cultivator continued, "Of course, I'm happy because I've found a junior of my kind. I've been living in seclusion here for a long time, but I've never seen anyone of my kind. Now that I've found a little peach monster, I'm naturally happy. But I'm curious because of you, little friend. I also want to know why little friend didn't rob the little peach tree of all its treasures like the other cultivators." Lu Ping composed himself and said, "Senior, you've been in the Fallen Archipelago all this time, but you've never entered the cultivation world." The middle-aged cultivator smiled and said, "I'm afraid you've already guessed it. It's not that the old man is living in seclusion here and doesn't want to enter the cultivation world, but that the old man is actually trapped here and can't enter or leave the area sealed by the Meridian Nourishing Spirit Formation." Lu Ping thought for a while and asked, "Meridian Nourishing Spirit Formation? I think it's the invisible barrier that imprisons this secret place. I'm ignorant and have never heard of this formation. However, from what you said just now, it seems that although you don't leave this secret place, you seem to know a lot about the situation in the Fallen Archipelago. Why is that?" The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the huge tree in front of him and said, "The Fallen Archipelago you mentioned should be the islands in the sea area covered by the sky wall of myriad poison, right? However, the old man's real body is here, so how can anything that happens in the sky wall of myriad poison be hidden from the old man?" Although Lu Ping had already guessed it, such a majestic tree couldn't have grown without tens of thousands of years of growth and accumulation. And for a tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years and was nurtured by such a large spirit vein, how could it not have gained sentience and become a sentient spirit monster tree? However, when the middle-aged man admitted that he was the incarnation of the towering tree, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ping recalled the countless roots that suddenly rose from the ground of the small island. Could it be that these roots were the roots of the giant tree that pierced through the ground? But then again, it made sense. Even Lu Ping couldn't see the top of the giant tree, not to mention it was a spirit monster tree. If it didn't have a huge root system to support it, it wouldn't be able to grow into such a towering tree. Besides, the roots Lu Ping saw were probably just the scattered branches of the giant tree's roots. It was likely that the giant spirit veins in this secret land were also gathered at the foot of this giant spirit tree. Lu Ping felt the increasingly rich and mellow spiritual qi around him. When he looked up, he saw that it was only a few dozen jong high. A thick horizontal branch stretched out. Just this horizontal branch alone was enough to block Lu Ping's vision. Lu Ping lowered his head and found that the middle-aged cultivator had stopped and was looking at him with a smile. Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior's real body is magnificent, but this junior can only look up to it." The vein-nourishing spirit-nourishing array that Senior mentioned before, is it referring to the invisible barrier that separates this secret land from the grey poisonous mist outside? The middle-aged cultivator stamped his foot hard, and a few yellow roots stretched out from the ground, turning into 2 tree stumps and a wooden table. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the opposite tree stumps and said to Lu Ping, "Please sit." With that, he sat down first. Lu Ping did not stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he saw the middle-aged cultivator knock on the wooden table formed by the tree roots. 2 slender tree vines of unknown length stretched out from an unknown place and wrapped around 2 open wooden cups. After placing the wooden cups in front of Lu Ping and the middle-aged cultivator, the 2 slender tree vines suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator raised the wooden cup in front of him and gestured to Lu Ping. Lu Ping quickly raised the wooden cup in front of him and returned the gesture. Only then did he see the liquid in the wooden cup. The amber-colored liquid looked bright in the dark green wooden cup. When Lu Ping probed it with his divine sense, he found that the liquid contained a large amount of life force. Not only that, but there was also a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. The wooden cup felt a little heavy in his hand, but Lu Ping couldn't tell what it was made of. However, he could feel that it was made from a natural piece of wood. There were no smithing techniques used to make it, and this piece of wood was obviously a second-grade mutated spirit material that could be used to forge mystic treasures. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator put the wooden cup in his hand to his mouth and took a sip. Lu Ping paused for a moment and also drank a third of the liquid in the wooden cup. Lu Ping was about to ask the middle-aged cultivator about the origin of the liquid in the wooden cup when he suddenly felt his stomach heat up. Lu Ping was startled. When he looked up at the middle-aged cultivator, he saw that the middle-aged cultivator was looking at him with a smile, as if he had already expected this to happen. At this time, Lu Ping didn't have time to think too much. The true essence in his blood quickly revolved in preparation to resist the erosion of the liquid that had turned into a ball of raging fire. However, the raging fire suddenly seemed to burn out, leaving behind a ball of dense vitality that quickly merged with Lu Ping's true essence. Lu Ping could feel that after the mass of vitality fused with his true essence, his cultivation base, which he hadn't had the time to consolidate after breaking through to the 6th layer, suddenly felt like a dam that was about to overflow. His true essence that had been circulating in his veins like raging waves crashing against the shore was once again tightly restrained in his veins. In the short term, Lu Ping didn't have to worry about his cultivation base falling back to the 5th layer due to the lack of consolidation in his cultivation base due to the intense battle. However, what really shocked Lu Ping wasn't the initial consolidation of his cultivation base, but the life force that burst out from the liquid during the consolidation process. It was fused with Lu Ping's bloodline. Lu Ping could feel that because of the existence of that vitality, Lu Ping's lifespan had been extended by a full 3 years. There was still 2/3 of the liquid left in the cup. In his opinion, if Lu Ping drank it again, this cup of rare liquid would be enough to extend his lifespan by 7 years. Lu Ping sensed the changes in his bloodline and looked at the remaining liquid in the wooden cup. He asked with uncertainty, "It's really a precious treasure, but I drank it all in one go, wasting a heavenly treasure like this. May I ask Senior, what material was used to make such a wondrous treasure? I don't know if Senior is willing to part with this treasure and teach Junior the method to make this liquid. Junior is willing to exchange it with Senior with something of equal value." The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping with amusement and asked, "The old man was just thinking about answering your first question, but your second one came right after." Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly, but the middle-aged cultivator didn't seem to mind. He raised the cup and took another sip. He didn't feel that the liquid in the cup was precious at all. Then, he said unhurriedly, "This spiritual tree is the old man's main body." The vein-breeding spirit-nurturing formation separated the poisonous mist and formed this place like a paradise. As for the thing in this cup, It's just something that I've obtained by chance in these tens of thousands of years of boredom. It has a name that I call 100-flower dew. If little friend takes a fancy to it, feel free to take it. There's no need to exchange it for anything. The middle-aged cultivator handed a wooden slip to Lu Ping. This was a recording tool similar to the jade slips used in the cultivation world. However, what made Lu Ping speechless was that the material used to make the wooden slip was a genuine Grade 2 mutated spirit materia. Lu Ping turned his head slightly to look at the thick trunk of the giant spirit tree. He was trying to get used to the middle-aged cultivator's habit of casually giving away mutated spirit materials. After obtaining the 100-flower dew, the first thing that Lu Ping thought of was to use it to replace the dew of vitality that he used to refine spirit pills. The dew of vitality contained vitality that could only increase a cultivator's lifespan by about 3 years. However, the 100-flower dew was not only similar to the dew of vitality in other aspects, but it also contained a larger amount of vitality. It was enough to extend a cultivator's lifespan by 7 years. Not to mention, the 100-flower dew could also consolidate one's cultivation and solidify one's foundation. Another swarm of purple crystal bees flew over from the distance. It was clear that they had also returned from a fruitful journey. The buzzing sound was a bit of a hindrance to the conversation between Lu Ping and the middle-aged cultivator. Lu Ping thought for a bit and threw the foot-tall house of gold in his hand. The house of gold landed on the edge of the sea of flowers a few hundred feet away and expanded into a 3-meter-tall house of gold. This time, there was no need to open the spatial passage to the house of gold. Lu Ping only needed to open the front door of the house of gold. The swarm of bees could freely enter and collect the high-quality nectar from the sea of flowers into the hive guarded by the purple crystal queen bee. After finishing the cup of 100-flower dew, Lu Ping couldn't help but ask the question in his mind, since Senior's true form is such a majestic sentient tree, why is your true form still here after you transformed? And why is Senior trapped here? Is it because Senior's original body is here, preventing Senior from entering the vein-nourishing spirit formation? The middle-aged cultivator drank the cup of 100-flower dew in one gulp. His eyes, which had not been very lively, suddenly lit up. He looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Do you know of the external avatar technique?" Lu Ping was taken aback. He exclaimed in shock, "Avatar technique? Wasn't it said to have been lost since ancient times?" Then, Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right. Senior is of the spirit demon clan and is born with a long lifespan. With Senior's cultivation, you must have lived for at least 10,000 years. It is reasonable that you know of some ancient secret techniques and abilities." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged cultivator shook his head and said with pity, "Although the old man knows the external avatar technique, he doesn't know the art of artifact forging. The spiritual materials used to make this body are of extremely high quality, but the result is too poor. Even with the old man's cultivation, he can't make the body move smoothly and freely." Lu Ping suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the middle-aged cultivator was strange. So this was the problem. Chapter 563. When he thought of the avatar technique, Lu Ping couldn't help but think of the 9 segments white jade lotus root he obtained from the land of 100 flowers. It was also a top-grade spirit material that could be used to refine an avatar, and its quality wasn't inferior to a grade 3 top-grade spirit material. However, Lu Ping was more interested in the 9 segments white jade lotus root's ability to strengthen his body. Besides, Lu Ping's alchemy skills were about to break through to the Grandmaster level, so he didn't plan to use the 9 segments white jade lotus root to refine an avatar. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Little friend, are you interested in this external avatar technique?" Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. In the cultivation world, it was taboo for cultivators to be greedy. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, you've misunderstood me. I was just thinking about something else. I've already obtained Senior's permission to use the flowers here to make the purple crystal honey, and I've also obtained Senior's 100-flower dews refining method. These are already great benefits for me. How can I be greedy?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled and said, "These are not important things. If little friend wants them, This old man will teach little friend this secret technique." Lu Ping quickly declined. The more generous the middle-aged cultivator was, the more willing Lu Ping was, but his reason made Lu Ping even more vigilant. If Lu Ping accepted all the benefits from the other party, if the other party had a request in the future, it would be fine if the request wasn't difficult, but if the other party was so attentive, the request would most likely be extremely difficult for Lu Ping. At that time, if Lu Ping couldn't do it, wouldn't he be at the other party's mercy? The middle-aged cultivator seemed to understand Lu Ping's concerns and continued, "Although this sea of flowers is under my protection, I only hope that one of them can awaken its spiritual consciousness and become a spirit demon. However, after tens of thousands of years, there are a few types of spirit plants that have grown to their limit, but in the end, they couldn't break through and had no choice but to perish. As for the other spirit plants, most of them wither after 3,000 years, and those that reach 5,000 years are extremely rare." The middle-aged Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the spirit grasses and spirit trees that are able to break through the 5,000-year limit, this old man has carefully cultivated them. Unfortunately, none of them were able to transform into a spirit demon like this old man did. In the end, their vitality dissipated. My avatar used a withered 9,000-year-old apricot tree." Hearing this, the corner of Lu Ping's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He heard the middle-aged cultivator continue, "Therefore, the sea of flowers and the 100-flower dew may be extremely precious things in your eyes, but in the eyes of the old man, they are just ordinary scenery and spiritual tea used to entertain guests. Moreover, the nectar collected by your amethyst bees is of great help to the growth of the sea of flowers. In this way, you can be considered to have helped the old man a little. Therefore, little friend, there is no need to thank the old man, and the old man does not need you to repay him." In the end, Lu Ping didn't accept the middle-aged cultivator's external avatar technique for free. Instead, he repeatedly said that he wouldn't accept a reward without doing anything. The middle-aged cultivator didn't say anything, and Lu Ping couldn't sense anything strange from the face of the sentient tree's external avatar. Although the external avatar was refined crudely, at least it made it impossible for Lu Ping to guess the thoughts of the sentient tree through the changes in its expression. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and then he asked with a serious expression, "Although I know that it might be inappropriate to ask such a question, I am truly surprised in my heart. I don't know how old Senior is, but I have never seen a towering tree like Senior in the cultivation world. There are countless people with extraordinary abilities in the cultivation world. Could it be that no one has been able to discover Senior's true body in the past 10,000 years? When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lu Ping's question, he seemed to have expected it, and he said with a smile, "It's already beyond the expectations of the old man that you were able to wait until now to speak of the questions in your heart." After saying that, the middle-aged cultivator pondered for a moment, and he seemed to be organizing his words. Only then did he raise his head to look at Lu Ping, and he asked a question that stunned Lu Ping. "Lu Xiaoyu, have you heard of Long Huai? Long Huai, Long Huai. Why does the word dragon exist in this world?" Even though Lu Ping called the divine ability that made his master famous, Liu Qianling, waterspout, that was only an analogy that Lu Ping used in private, and Liu Qianling Laozu's innate divine ability wasn't actually called by this name. Since Lu Ping entered the cultivation world, he'd once paid attention to whether there were any legends of dragons in this world, but he'd never heard any information related to dragons. Thus, Lu Ping had always suppressed this secret at the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Lu Ping frowned when he heard the words Long Huai from the middle-aged cultivator, and the blood in his veins instantly sped up. His heart thumped strongly a few times in succession, and the 6 strange snakes on the surface of the enormous gold core in his core space raised their heads to the sky and let out a roar that only Lu Ping could hear, and it instantly woke Lu Ping up from his daze. Lu Ping followed along with his dazed expression and asked, "Long Huai? What treasure is this? Could it be that Senior's true body is called Long Huai? In that case, Long Huai is a tree." The middle-aged cultivator took a deep look at Lu Ping, and then explained with a smile, "That's right. The old man's true body is a Long Huai tree." Looking at Lu Xiaoyou's expression, "I'm afraid that even you don't know about it. Presumably, there's no Long Huai tree like the old man in the cultivation world outside." As for why the old man is called Long Huai, even the old man himself doesn't know. He only knows that when the old man awakened his spiritual sense and turned into a spirit demon, he once found a slate in front of the old man's true body. The old man curiously probed the slate with his spiritual sense, and suddenly heard a voice say in the old man's ear, "Your name is Long Huai." In addition, there's a set of cultivation techniques, and a set of external incarnation magic arts. Lu Ping was surprised. Could it be that Senior was planted by a great cultivator with divine ability in the cultivation world? But how many years has it been since Senior awakened his spiritual sense, and how long has Senior's true body, the giant tree, been growing for? The middle-aged cultivator said, that must be the case. At the moment when the old man awakened his spiritual sense and turned into a spirit demon, the myriad poison firmament wall already existed by relying on the branches of the old man's true body. The vein-breeding spirit-nurturing array also turned the main distribution of the old man's roots into a place like a paradise. It has been 24,000 years since the old man awakened his spiritual sense. Before the awakening, he was muddle-headed. I don't know how many years have passed. But with the nourishment of the spirit vein and the nourishment of many treasures, he didn't need to be nurtured for 10,000 years like other spirit demons. But I think it would be difficult to achieve his wish without 5,000 to 6,000 years. Lu Ping took a deep breath in his heart. To be able to awaken a spiritual sense in 5,000 to 6,000 years, then in addition to the nourishment of the giant spirit vein, the other treasures of this giant spirit tree must be extraordinary. However, the question that came out of his mouth also shocked him. 5,000 to 6,000 years. In addition, Senior has cultivated for 24,000 years. Doesn't that mean that Senior was planted by a cultivator from 30,000 years ago? And the myriad poison firmament wall was actually arranged by the branches of Senior's true body. How many people in the cultivation world could do such a thing 30,000 years ago? Is Senior really the work of the seventh patriarch? The middle-aged cultivator was silent for a long time before he said, "You must have heard the legend of the formation of the fallen archipelago." When Lu Ping heard the words Long Huai, his heart was already in turmoil, but he still looked surprised. Is the legend true? Is the fallen archipelago really formed by Jiao Daren's filthy blood? Is it possible that Senior was planted by Jiao Daren himself? Otherwise, why would the myriad poison firmament wall be supported for tens of thousands of years with Senior's branches as the eye of the formation? The middle-aged cultivator was silent for a long time, as if he had some unspeakable difficulties. Even though it was such an avatar, Lu Ping could sense some different emotions from it at this moment. It seemed to be gratitude, suspicion, anger, and helplessness mixed together, which was unpredictable. Just when Lu Ping didn't know what to say, the middle-aged cultivator suddenly smiled and said, "Let's not worry about these things for now." After talking for so long, Lu Xiaoyu still doesn't know the name of the old man. Since the old man's true body is the Long Huai tree, then let's just call it the Long Huai. Lu Ping hurriedly congratulated, "Junior greets the Long Huai ancestor." The Long Huai ancestor got up and walked around the trunk of the huge Long Huai tree in another direction. As he walked, he said, "Come, the old man will bring you to the other side of the old man's true body. The old man is very eager to see the little peach tree in your spatial artifact, but the environment here is not suitable." Lu Ping got up and was about to follow when he sensed a disturbance in his divine sense. When he turned to look, he found that the spiritual energy in the surroundings, which seemed peaceful due to the suppression of the huge tree, was now turbulent and gathering in the direction of the House of Gold. The gathering of the spiritual energy did not last for a long time, nor did it cause too great of a phenomenon. The main reason was that the concentration of the spiritual energy in this place was too thick. Immediately after, a slightly immature divine sense spread out from the House of Gold. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He waved his hand to open a spatial passage to the House of Gold. A green and a khaki light flew out one after another under Lu Ping's astonished gaze. "Hee hee." De Bao's evil laughter came from the khaki light. Luan Yu's voice also came from the green light. She said, "I knew that you would release the amethyst queen bee when she advanced to the core forging stage. That's why I've been waiting for you to open the spatial passage. Where are you?" Why have I already sensed the auras of several treasures that can promote the growth of spiritual herbs? Without waiting for Lu Ping to explain, Dabao's voice also sounded, Master, there are many treasures here. Dabao will definitely be able to find them one by one. Let's go and dig up all these treasures first. However, let's make this clear. You must give me, Dabao, a third of the treasures we find. Lu Ping's face was full of black lines. He looked awkwardly at the shocked Longhuai ancestor and said, Senior, please don't laugh at me. One of them is a good friend of mine from the demon race. He is an expert in cultivating spiritual herbs. The other one is a spiritual pet that I raised since it was young. It has always been arrogant and willful. Please don't blame them for being reckless. Chapter 564. When the two of them heard Lu Ping's words, they noticed that there was a middle-aged cultivator standing beside Lu Ping whom they could not see through. Seeing how respectfully Lu Ping was speaking to the middle-aged cultivator, how could the two of them not be able to guess their cultivation? They hurriedly put away their roguish expressions and respectfully saluted the middle-aged cultivator. The Longhuai ancestor looked at the two with a curious gaze and said, Cultivators of the Wood Luan clan? It's a pity that your cultivation is much weaker, otherwise you would be able to help the old man a little. When Luan Yu heard the Longhuai ancestor call out his identity, his body trembled. When he heard the Longhuai ancestor say that he could use it to help, he simply looked at the Longhuai ancestor with eyes filled with the will to die. The Longhuai ancestor looked at the Wood Luan bird that was glaring at him covetously and could not help but look at Lu Ping in confusion. Lu Ping knew that Luan Yu must have misunderstood. He thought that the Longhuai ancestor wanted to kill him and use the Wood Luan clan's golden core to hasten the growth of the spirit herb. In truth, this was the first thought that most cultivators in the world of cultivation would have when they saw the Wood Luan clan. Lu Ping knew that while the Longhuai ancestor had a certain understanding of the world of cultivation, he had been trapped in the hidden realm for 20,000 years after all. He might not know much about the fate of the Wood Luan clan in the world of cultivation. Naturally, Lu Ping would not tell the Longhuai ancestor the real reason. If the Longhuai ancestor knew that the Wood Luan clan's golden core had such an effect, there was no guarantee that the Wood Luan clan wouldn't want to kill him and steal his golden core. Instead, he said, Brother Luan Yu has a blood feud and has been hiding his identity while being hunted. Now that Lao Zu has easily called out his identity, it is inevitable that he is a little nervous. Please don't blame Lao Zu. The Longhuai ancestor nodded nonchalantly. Luan Yu also knew that he had been overly nervous and quickly apologized to the Longhuai ancestor. However, the Longhuai ancestor looked at Dabao with great interest and said, Rat Yarrow? Looking at your aptitude, it is normal. Since you were able to cultivate to the metamorphosis realm, you must be quite extraordinary. Earlier, you said that there are many treasures here. What do you know? If you can guess one of them, the old man will give you a reward. Hearing this, Dabao's bean-sized eyes flashed. He glanced at the direction where Lu Ping was and chuckled bashfully. Senior, are you serious? The Longhuai ancestor's face darkened and said unhappily, Do you think the old man would lie to a little rat demon like you? Just as Dabao's bean-sized black eyes were rolling around, trying to figure out if the words of the old man were true, the house of gold behind him finally emitted a sweet fragrance. A linglong beauty that was only 1 foot tall flew out from the house of gold. A buzzing sound came from the sky. The 120 bees that had been gathering nectar in the sea of flowers all flew towards the bee beauty. They surrounded her and danced in the air, as if they were worshipping their king. The bee beauty suddenly raised her hands towards the sky, and 2 puffs of white dust, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, sprayed towards the surrounding bees. After the 8,000 purple crystal bees were stained with the grayish-white dust, the entire swarm suddenly became restless. Waves of spirit energy spread out. After the entire swarm emitted spirit energy, the 8,000 spirit energy waves of various sizes gathered together, causing the spirit energy above the entire sea of flowers to fluctuate. It had to be known that this place was suppressed by the psychic dragon locust tree. Previously, when the amethyst bee king broke through to the core forging stage, it didn't even have time to cause a heavenly phenomenon before the turbulent spiritual chi was suppressed. Although none of the 8,000 amethyst bees had reached the core forging stage, when they worked together, the power that erupted out caused the entire sea of flowers to tremble. Even the dragon locust tree couldn't suppress it for a while. Under the perception of Lu Ping and the others, the 2 puffs of grayish-white dust that the amethyst bee king had sprinkled seemed to be a treasure that could promote the entire swarm to advance. This kind of treasure would only appear when the amethyst bee king broke through to the core forging stage. Under the command of the amethyst bee king, who had transformed into the beauty Linglong, the entire swarm of bees gathered spiritual energy. With the support of the rich spiritual qi above the sea of flowers, nearly 1/3 of the swarm of bees broke through to the next level. Among the 12 late blood condensation realm silver amethyst bees, 1 advanced to the 9th layer, 3 advanced to the 8th layer, and the rest reached the peak of their respective realms. There were also 5 6th layer light silver amethyst bees that advanced to the 7th layer. The original 360 blood condensation amethyst bees in the swarm suddenly increased to 430. The rest of the blood-refining amethyst bees had an easier time advancing to the next realm. After paying their respects to the amethyst bee king, the amethyst bee king danced in the sky, as if conveying some kind of message. Under the command of the amethyst bee king, the entire swarm of amethyst bees suddenly split into 430 smaller swarms. They flew in different directions to collect honey in the sea of flowers. The amethyst bee king flew towards Lu Ping and bowed. Zilan greets Master. Thank you, Master, for taking care of me for so many years. Today, Zilan has finally achieved something. Lu Ping didn't know how to stop the 1-foot-tall bee beauty from bowing to him. But while he was hesitating, the bee beauty Zilan had already bowed to him in midair. Lu Ping coughed to hide his embarrassment. He said, Sister Zilan, after you transform, your body can't be like a normal person's. The amethyst bee queen, Zilan, giggled. Her body rotated in midair, and her entire body expanded. She grew into a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Zilan grinned at Lu Ping. Then, she took out a 1/2-foot-tall jade bottle out of nowhere and said, Master, the quality of the nectar in the sea of flowers is very high. Zilan only brewed a little and obtained a lot of good royal jelly. Unfortunately, most of the royal jelly was used up when Zilan advanced to the core forging stage. This is the only bottle left. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He took the jade bottle and opened it. Such a harvest in such a short time. I've only seen this in the sect's land of heritage. There are 36 drops of royal jelly in this bottle. In the hands of an alchemist grandmaster alchemist, it's enough to increase the success rate of 36 avatar realm medicinal pellets. Zilan let out a cry of dissatisfaction and said in a spoiled manner, Didn't Zilan say that more than half of the royal jelly brewed during this time has been used by Zilan? Otherwise, the royal jelly brewed by the Sea of Flowers here would be at least 3 times that of the spiritual herb garden of Master's sect, and the quality would be much higher. Oh, Lu Ping replied in surprise. Not bad. I didn't expect Zilan to brew the amethyst royal jelly so quickly after advancing to the core forging stage. Lu Ping's surprised expression made the amethyst bee king very satisfied. But soon, it wrinkled its nose and said, Master, you're wrong again. Although the brewing speed of the royal jelly is much faster, the main reason is that the spiritual energy in the Sea of Flowers is too abundant. This saves Purple Mist a lot of time. After Zilan advanced to the core forging stage, the speed of brewing the royal jelly has slowed down. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel strange when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask, why is that? Zilan smiled proudly and said, after Zilan advanced to the core forging stage, she can brew royal jelly of higher quality. The spiritual energy contained in this kind of royal jelly is several times higher than the royal jelly she brewed before. Naturally, its effect is also several times higher. Even the amethyst honey brewed by ordinary amethyst bees will be a lot better than before because of Zilan's advancement. Zilan's face was beaming with joy as she spoke, but then she said somewhat dispiritedly, but in this way, Zilan will need to spend more time to brew the honey and royal jelly than before, and the production of these 2 items will naturally decrease by a lot. Lu Ping heard this and asked with a smile, oh, if you use the newly brewed royal jelly to refine elixirs, how much will the success rate increase? Zilan tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, "At least double the effect of the royal jelly before advancing to the core forging stage." Lu Ping heard this and his eyes lit up. He said, "It's worth it." Other than Lu Ping, who had once used the purple crystal royal jelly in an extravagant way, it was usually only used by Grandmaster alchemists to concoct Avatar realm medicinal pellets. Only then would they be considered to have used up all the ingredients needed. It was extremely difficult to increase the success rate of a cauldron of Avatar realm medicinal pellets. Usually, only 1 drop of royal jelly could be added into a cauldron of medicinal pellets to increase the success rate by 10%. In the eyes of Grandmaster alchemists, this was already considered the best supplementary ingredient. The royal jelly brewed by the core forging realm Amethyst Bee King could increase the success rate of Avatar realm medicinal pellets by 10% to 20%. If the other Grandmaster alchemists found out about this, Lu Ping would most likely be hunted down by the entire cultivation world. At least, Lu Ping had already seen Luan Yu become sluggish after hearing the purple crystal queen bee's words. Then, his eyes flashed with red light. As an alchemy grandmaster, he naturally knew what purple crystal royal jelly in the core forging stage meant. Lu Ping asked with some doubt, "Although the purple crystal bees have disappeared from the cultivation world for nearly 10,000 years, they have existed in the cultivation world for at least 20,000 years. Why haven't I heard of purple crystal royal jelly in the core forging stage having such an effect?" Zilan asked doubtfully, "Haven't they? I don't know about this. After all, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The cultivation world has long forgotten about us amethyst wasps, so I don't know." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Purple crystal royal jelly has such an effect. Even if the purple crystal bees are extinct, the cultivation world will not forget such an important item, unless, Luan Yu continued Lu Ping's words, no one in the entire cultivation world has been able to cultivate the purple crystal queen bee to the core forging stage. Chapter 565. Just as Luan Yu voiced out her conjecture, Lu Ping suddenly had a feeling. The real waste of resources wasn't to use the royal jelly to increase the success rate of core forging realm or even half-step core forging realm medicinal pellets. Instead, it was to train the amethyst bees into Dao soldiers and use them to fight against core forging realm cultivators. At this moment, Lu Ping recalled that during the 2 battles on Huangli Island, the amethyst Dao soldiers had been used to resist the attacks of core forging demonic cultivators. Each time, hundreds of amethyst bees had been injured. If those amethyst bees had survived and multiplied until now, the number of amethyst bees in Lu Ping's hands would have long broken through the 10,000 mark. Hearing Luan Yu's conjecture, Zilan asked in confusion, why were the previous amethyst bees unable to break through to the core forging stage? Luan Yu pointed at the sea of flowers in front of them and asked Lu Ping, "Do you know which sect in the cultivation world has such a vast and boundless spiritual herb garden with over 1,000-years-old spiritual herbs occupying more than half of it?" Lu Ping also immediately came to a realization. With a wry smile, he said, "Let's not talk about the lack of such a large spiritual herb garden. Even if there was such a large grotto heaven specially used to open a spiritual herb garden, it would not allow the spiritual herbs inside to grow until they were 1,000 years old or even 3,000 years old. Moreover, there is also a huge spiritual vein to nourish them, causing the spiritual energy contained in each spiritual herb to reach saturation when it matures." Luan Yu clapped his hands and said, "That's right. If the Amethyst Bee King wants to advance to the core forging stage, then it must find a large area of spiritual herbs that meets the above conditions. Apart from Senior Long Huai's place, I'm afraid even the large sects in the cultivation world do not have such resources." At this time, Zilan also understood and said, "Brother Luan Yu means that the reason why Zilan can successfully advance to the core forging stage is because I must find a place with spiritual herbs of the same quality as the Sea of Flowers here?" Luan Yu pondered for a moment, then said, "Although it is only my guess, according to my Wood Luan clan's understanding of spiritual herbs, I am 70% certain." Zilan's beautiful eyes roamed about. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Lu Ping immediately understood what Zilan was worried about, but Lu Ping didn't say anything. Zilan herself left Lu Ping's side and walked towards the Sea of Flowers. Just as she was about to enter the sea of flowers, Zilan once again shrunk to a foot-tall beauty, Linglong, and flew towards the busy bees in the sea of flowers. Moments after Zilan flew into the sea of flowers, the buzzing of the amethyst bees in the sky above the sea of flowers suddenly grew louder. It seemed like the entire swarm had become even more fanatical under the encouragement of the amethyst bee queen. At this moment, the Longhui ancestor's voice sounded in Lu Ping's ears. "Young friend, can you give half of the amethyst royal jelly in your hands to the old man?" Lu Ping was startled, and then handed the jade bottle in his hand to the Longhui ancestor, saying, "Junior was able to raise the amethyst bee swarm in the sea of flowers with Senior's permission. Senior should get half of this royal jelly." Lu Ping laughed dryly and said, "Senior is indeed elegant." Luan Yu turned his head in the direction of the sea of flowers, as if he was carefully identifying the countless rare spirit herbs in the sea of flowers. He didn't even notice the words of the Longhui ancestor. The amethyst royal jelly that was regarded as a treasure by Fa Xiong Laozu was only used as a seasoning to improve the taste in front of the Longhui ancestor. How could Lu Ping and Luan Yu, the two alchemy grandmasters, endure this? However, the words of the Longhui ancestor gave Lu Ping some inspiration. If he could really improve the quality of the 100-flower dew, then after Lu Ping used it to replace the vitality dew used to refine the small section spirit pills, the effect of the small section spirit pills would probably increase by a level. Luan Yu followed behind Lu Ping and the Longhui ancestor, walking around the main body of the dragon pagoda tree. Along the way, Luan Yu's attention was completely focused on the spirit herbs growing in the sea of flowers. Sharp collar fruit, green frost grass, flying jade leaf. These are all spirit herbs that have long been extinct in the world of cultivation. They are all rare spirit herbs used to refine Dharma phase spirit pills, but they are growing so casually here, and they are all mature. If I bring them to the world of cultivation, I wonder how many good things I can get from an alchemy grandmaster. De Bao, on the other hand, had a sneaky look on his face as he followed behind Luan Yu. From time to time, he would raise his sharp nose to sniff at the surroundings and even the ground. Then, as if he had found something, his small eyes shone with a sneaky light. Lu Ping looked around, trying his best to maintain a calm expression. But along the way, not counting the rare flowers and herbs around him, Lu Ping had found at least 5 traces of wood element natural treasures, 3 water element natural treasures, and 2 earth element natural treasures. In addition, there were 3 types of natural treasures and 2 types of spirit fruits. If Lu Ping was not wrong, the effects were probably not inferior to the azure wood pure jade fruit that Lu Ping had just obtained. This made Lu Ping even more surprised. How much wealth did the Longhui ancestor have accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years, and how much could Lu Ping and the others see now? Just as Lu Ping was secretly thinking, a forest appeared faintly in the distance. Lu Ping's eyes shone with a bright green light. After smelting the 5th type of natural treasure, his 3 pure eyes ability had reached a higher level, appearing more and more fierce. The Longhui ancestor seemed to have sensed something at this moment. He turned to look at Lu Ping, who had already put away his ability, and smiled. "In front of us are some spirit trees and herbs that are over 5,000 years old and have a high chance of awakening into spirit medicines that the old man has carefully taken care of all these years. There are some naturally formed treasures that the old man has collected in the meridian nourishing spirit formation. In a while, if the old man wants to teach the little peach tree something, that is the most suitable place." Lu Ping absent-mindedly nodded. A familiar aura that couldn't be more familiar came from the forest. Lu Ping's eyes were getting closer and closer to the small forest, but the more he couldn't move them away. "This is the Thousand Wonder Dew." That's right, this is definitely the aura of the Thousand Wonder Dew. The small forest definitely has the Thousand Wonder Dew. However, without waiting for Lu Ping to recover from his shock, Luan Yu suddenly came forward from behind and whispered in Lu Ping's ear, "The spirit plants and trees in the small forest are really very good. I can even sense from the vitality that they emit that there are 2 spirit plants whose accumulation is second only to your rank 9 white jade lotus. There are about 3 8,000-year-old spirit plants, 5 or 6 7,000-year-old spirit plants, more than 10 6,000-year-old spirit plants, and nearly 35,000-year-old spirit plants. In addition, There are about 40 to 50 spirit plants that have lost their vitality and withered. Lu Ping nodded. He didn't know what to say. Luan Yu looked at Lu Ping's indifferent appearance from the side and couldn't help but remind him again, even if those spirit plants that are over 5,000 years old have withered and died, their trunks are still top third-tier spirit materials that can be used to directly refine spirit-nurturing magic treasures. Their quality may not be much worse than the Zhenchen pearl in your hand. And the branches are also top-quality second-tier variant spirit materials, this you should know. Right now, Lu Ping was very numb as he walked behind the Longhuai ancestor, but his mind was constantly recalling what Luan Yu had just said to him. If it was only used to refine a flying sword, how many spirit materials could a withered 5,000-year-old spirit tree dismember to refine a flying sword embryo? When Lu Ping obtained the spirit demon peach tree, he only picked up a dozen branches that had fallen from the spirit demon peach tree on the ground. After giving them to Chen Lian, he refined a peachwood flying sword, 3 peachwood daggers, and 64 peachwood flying needles. A total of 3 magic treasures and a set of flying needle magic treasures that were even more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. With the support of these second-tier spirit materials from Lu Ping, Chen Lian's refining skills improved by leaps and bounds, and now he was already a master of Zhunling. The sound of light footsteps came from behind, the footsteps were hurried, and Lu Ping knew it was Dabao. Although Dabao's waist was 2 feet thicker than the others, he almost made no sound when he walked, and Lu Ping didn't know how he did it. Dabao walked in front of Lu Ping with his arms crossed. He first looked to both sides, then looked at the back of the Longhuai ancestor walking in front of him, then he sneakily moved his head closer to Lu Ping's ear and said, "Boss, the spirit vein under the foot of this ridiculously huge tree definitely has a spirit-gathering pearl, and it is very likely to nurture a medium spirit vein." Lu Ping glanced at Dabao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? In the world of cultivation, there has never been a spirit-gathering pearl that can nurture a medium spirit vein. In order to nurture a medium spirit vein, apart from gathering 10 small spirit veins together, it can only be nurtured by nature. With your knowledge, you still want to be the greatest treasure appraiser in the world of cultivation? Who would dare to let you see a treasure in their hands?" Dabao chuckled and said, "Boss, listen to me first. A medium spirit vein is naturally impossible, but this giant tree demon said that it has been at least 30,000 years since it was born, and this giant spirit vein has accompanied it for at least 30,000 years. In 30,000 years, how many spirit-gathering pearls do you think this spirit vein will nurture?" Lu Ping was silent for a moment, but he didn't pay any more attention to Dabao. Dabao had long been tormented by the treasures that could be seen everywhere, and seeing that Lu Ping didn't have the slightest reaction, directly shaking him off and continuing to walk forward, he immediately became anxious. In a few steps, he caught up to Lu Ping and said, "Boss, in this small forest, there is a spirit object whose quality is not inferior to the 1,000 wonder nectar." Lu Ping was startled, and blurted out, "What is it? How do you know?" Chapter 566. When Dabao heard Lu Ping's question, he immediately proudly said, "Boss, did you forget that I am the famous treasure-seeking mouse? What kind of treasure can be hidden from me? The treasure in the grove is definitely a spiritual item that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar. Moreover, it is an earth attribute spiritual item." Lu Ping snappily said, "Treasure-seeking mouse? You are a spirit-seeking mouse, okay? Since when did you call yourself a treasure-seeking mouse? If there really is a treasure in the grove that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, I'm afraid it is because it is an earth attribute treasure that is compatible with your cultivation attribute. That's why you discovered it, right?" When Lu Ping saw through Dabao's thoughts, he immediately giggled and awkwardly retreated behind Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping began to pay attention to the treasure that Dabao spoke of. Since Dabao vowed that there was a spiritual item in the grove that was not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, he naturally wouldn't speak without thinking. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Longhuai ancestor, who was walking in front of Lu Ping, seemed to be unaware of the small movements of Lu Ping and the others behind him. However, at this moment, Longhuai ancestor suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Ping. It was as if something that even surprised Longhui ancestor had happened somewhere out of Lu Ping's line of sight. I didn't expect that among the cultivators who entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Nurturing Grand Array, there would be such an opportunity. You're only at the 8th stage of core forging, yet you were able to discover the hidden treasure. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some pointers, but this time, someone beat you to it. Longhui ancestor casually said a few words and then walked into the grove. When Lu Ping heard Longhui ancestor mention the 8th stage of core forging, his first reaction was that Yuan was flying. However, Longhui ancestor didn't specifically say what treasure it was, so Lu Ping didn't ask too much. Instead, he followed Laozu into the grove formed by hundreds of spiritual plants. Longhui ancestor walked around the grove 7 or 8 times, but Lu Ping didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He only used his divine sense to lock onto Laozu's figure, and a stream of water appeared under his feet, rushing forward in the direction he had locked onto Laozu's figure. Although this place was called a small forest, it was actually relative to the height of the dragon pagoda tree, which seemed to reach the heavens. In fact, these 100 or so spirit plants were all several hundred feet tall, and there were even some 3,000 or 4,000-year-old trees scattered in the middle. All of Lu Ping's divine sense was used to capture Longhui ancestor's figure, and his eyes flickered with a green light. He had already discovered that this place was actually a formation formed by dozens of giant trees. Behind him, Luan Yu and Dabao had already been thrown to God knows where. Lu Ping bypassed a giant tree, and suddenly, a shallow lake appeared in front of Lu Ping. The shallow lake was surrounded by a piece of flat land with green grass and the fragrance of flowers. Longhui ancestor was standing in front of the small lake, facing Lu Ping who had just walked out of the grove. Longhui ancestor pointed to a piece of flat land in front of him and said, "First, move the little peach tree to this place." The cultivation technique that the old man wants to secretly pass on to the little peach tree needs this environment to consolidate her cultivation foundation. Lu Ping hesitated and said, "Senior, I wonder if you can enter this junior spatial magic tool to pass on your cultivation technique to the little peach tree. The little peach tree hasn't transformed yet. If its body moves back and forth, it's not good for its growth." Longhui ancestor laughed and said, "Little friend, you don't have to worry too much, just move the little peach tree here." Lu Ping still wanted to say something, but he saw Longhui ancestor stretch out his hand and point towards that piece of flat land. The soil on the surface of the flat land suddenly rose, and a layer of shiny black soil rose from the ground, as if oil could be squeezed out of the soil. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "This is living soil?" Longhui ancestor smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is really knowledgeable, but strictly speaking, this layer of soil isn't living soil, but a layer of mixed soil that has gathered the essence of living soil, and there's also a layer of living soil powder. Other than that, there's also a psychic stone." The old man once heard from the little peach tree that the reason why she awakened her spiritual knowledge was because of a piece of psychic wood that appeared on her body, so the old man might as well give her another psychic stone. Even though it doesn't match her attribute, it's still quite useful for the little peach tree to awaken her spiritual knowledge and enlighten her. Longhui ancestor's action wasn't over yet. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and a breeze suddenly blew over. A faint fragrance came with the wind, and it was the 1,000 fragrances dew that Luan Yutong and Lu Ping had mentioned before. Drops of water directly pierced into the soil like fine needles. Longhui ancestor said, "This is the 1,000 fragrances dew." Lu Xiaoyu's friend Qing Luan had already mentioned it before. With this item, together with the essence of living soil and living soil powder, the little peach tree can be moved here without any problems. Lu Ping didn't say anything, and the golden house expanded once again. The golden door directly reflected a space tunnel that was dozens of feet high in the air. Amidst the crashing sound, Lu Ping seemed to hear the pain of the little peach tree being uprooted from the ground. The place where the spirit monster peach tree previously grew in the golden house became a huge pit, and there were wisps of aura coming out from it from time to time. This was an underground branch that Lu Ping specially opened up based on the characteristics of the little lonely mountain to transport aura to the spirit monster peach tree. "Hey, Lu Xiaoyu actually has living soil in your hands." Longhui ancestor saw the huge mud block carried by the roots of the little peach tree, so it was easy for him to find the living soil powder in the soil. Lu Ping smiled and said, "This is just a little bit of living soil that Junior got by luck, how can it be compared to Senior?" The little peach tree landed on the flat ground, and its huge roots quickly penetrated into the soil that was mixed with the essence of many spiritual items. The previously withered spirit monster peach tree suddenly glowed with a bright green color. The movements of Longhui ancestor's hands did not stop in the slightest. He formed a seal, and a cloud suddenly rose from the shallow lake behind Longhui ancestor, shrouding the top of the little peach tree. After a moment, it began to drizzle. Lu Ping had already sensed the aura of the wonder dew in the moment the cloud rose from the shallow lake, and this cloud also seemed to be mixed with a lot of the essence of the wonder dew. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that the shallow lake in front of him was actually full of thousand fragrance dew, and the wonder dew was probably in the myriad poison liquid, and had also dived to the bottom of the small lake. The drizzle containing the thousand fragrance dew and the wonder dew made the branches and leaves of the little peach tree appear more verdant. Lu Ping even noticed a few inconspicuous flower buds among the branches and leaves of the little peach tree. The Longhui ancestor nodded at Lu Ping, and suddenly shouted. A wave of vitality immediately overflowed from the body of the avatar, and immediately connected with the vitality of the little peach tree. Longhui ancestor immediately pointed at the sky-reaching dragon locust tree, and the soil under the sky-reaching dragon locust tree immediately began to roll. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he saw a 3-foot-long blood-red stone slowly rise from the soil. It seemed that this was the stone that Longhui ancestor had previously mentioned that would grant him his inheritance. However, when Lu Ping saw this stone, his expression suddenly froze. The material of this stone was far too deep for Lu Ping, because Lu Ping had a bloodstone made of the same material in his hands. It was the treasure that Lu Ping had specially asked Lyra Laozu to pick from a large pile of spiritual materials when they were splitting up the treasures with the Heavenly Moon sect, the Free and Unfettered sect, and the Yuan clan. A blood-red pillar of light emerged from the stone, and after being received by the Longhui ancestor, it directly poured into the trunk of the little peach tree through the connection between the two. Lu Ping stood to the side and watched from afar. When the blood-red pillar of light poured into the trunk of the spirit monster peach tree, Lu Ping lost his connection with the aura of the spirit monster peach tree in an instant. Lu Ping's heart tightened, and he saw the branches and leaves of the little peach tree rustle again, as if it was enduring great pain, and its entire body trembled. The blood-red pillar of light lasted for about half an hour, and the Longhui ancestor finally taught the spirit monster cultivation inheritance to the spirit monster peach tree. At this moment, the spirit monster peach tree seemed to be still, standing there motionlessly. However, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the spirit monster peach tree became more and more obvious, and the rhythm and scale of the spiritual energy that the spirit monster peach tree breathed in and out became more and more standardized. Ancestor Longhui looked at the spirit demon peach tree with satisfaction and said, "It's really not bad. You've actually grasped the foundation of spirit demon cultivation in such a short period of time. In another 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to completely convert the spiritual energy stored in your body that you don't know how to convert into magic energy. I presume your cultivation will soon break through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. After that, you'll pass the core forging realm and become a spirit demon." Lu Ping pointed at the blood-red stone that was slowly falling to the ground, and asked, "Senior, is this blood-red stone the inheritance that you received when you first awakened your spiritual sense? What material is this stone made of, and what is its use? I have never heard of such a thing in the world of cultivation." The Longhui ancestor stretched out his hand and beckoned the stone that was about to fall to the ground. The stone immediately fell into the Longhui ancestor's hand, and turned into a stone piece the size of a palm. The Longhui ancestor shook the stone piece in his hand, and said, "This stone piece itself is not only an inheritance treasure, but the material of the stone itself is not inferior to a third-grade spiritual material. It has already been refined by the old man into his own magic treasure. This blood-red stone may have an extraordinary origin, and there are many other uses in it, but the old man is not worth mentioning." Lu Ping nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the Longhui ancestor's expression change again, and said, "Your spiritual pet, rat demon, really has the ability to gather treasures." In such a short time, he actually found so many treasures here, and the process of finding them was abnormally simple, as if he had already prepared for it. Lu Ping hurriedly apologized, and said, "My rat demon is used to being arrogant, and has become more and more impudent. He actually dared to collect the spiritual herbs and hidden treasures that Senior cultivated, without permission." The Longhuai ancestor smiled, and said, "It's fine, I have already made an agreement with him. As long as he can explain the properties and use of the treasure that he found, the old man will give it to him. The old man naturally will not go back on his word." Chapter 567. It had already been 6 hours since the spirit peach tree accepted the inheritance of the Longhuai ancestor. The entire spirit peach tree was rooted on the flat ground, not moving at all. Only the green leaves seemed to be brighter and brighter. Beside the shallow lake, the Longhuai ancestor looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Lu Xiaoyu, although the little peach tree has accepted the inheritance of the old man, but if she wants to quickly achieve something, the best thing is to be able to stay with the old man. Under the careful guidance of the old man, she will not have to take many detours. In this way, when the next heavenly wall of poison opens, I believe the little peach tree will also have some achievements. At that time, the old man will let her go out, and she will have the ability to protect herself in the cultivation world." In fact, when Lu Ping had sent the little peach tree to accept the inheritance of the Longhuai ancestor, he had already thought of this problem. At that moment, Lu Ping thought for a while and asked the Longhuai ancestor an unrelated question. "Senior's cultivation is so high, why don't you walk around in the cultivation world and take a look?" The Longhuai ancestor did not expect Lu Ping to ask such a question. He was stunned and smiled bitterly. Before the old man awakened his spiritual consciousness, the heavenly wall of poison had already bound the old man's body, causing the old man to be unable to transform at all. Naturally, he could only be trapped in this place, and could only separate a part of his spiritual consciousness and use an avatar to meet people. When Lu Ping saw the true form of the Longhuai ancestor, he naturally thought that the Longhuai ancestor had not transformed, but he did not expect this to be the reason. However, what surprised Lu Ping even more was that the Longhuai ancestor had only appeared as an avatar, and the power he displayed was already above the Dharma stage. If his true form had successfully transformed, how high would his cultivation be? Lu Ping composed himself and said, "Even though the little peach tree came out from the land of 100 flowers that year, I can't decide what to do with the little peach tree. This matter still depends on her. If the little peach tree is willing to stay here and have Senior take care of her, Junior will naturally be happy. If the little peach tree is not willing to stay here, then Junior will take care of the little peach tree's safety." The Longhuai ancestor nodded and said, "All right." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment. The Longhuai ancestor saw this and could not help but ask with a smile, "Lu Xiaoyu, is there anything else you want to ask the old man?" Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, there is something I want to ask Senior. Just now, Senior extracted from this lake, was it the Wonder Dew?" "The Wonder Dew?" The Longhuai ancestor asked in confusion, but it was Lu Ping who did not know what he was asking. Then, the Longhuai ancestor came to a sudden realization and said, "You are talking about this liquid, right?" As the Longhuai ancestor said this, he pointed at the shallow lake with his hand. A stream of water that was slightly darker than the lake water and seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding lake water suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake. A huge wave of vitality was immediately emitted from the dark blue water. If it was not the Wonder Dew, then what could it be? "Yes, it is." The Longhuai ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly excited expression and said with a smile, "So this thing is called the Wonder Dew. The old man has been trapped here for many years. Although he knows that this thing is magical, he has never heard of its name. However, 5,000 years ago, when the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, a cultivator accidentally entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation and obtained a few drops of the Wonder Dew that the old man did not collect. Since then, every time the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, the cultivator's family would come to this place. About 2,000 years later, another cultivator accidentally discovered this place. After that, The two cultivators agreed to keep this secret and entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit-nurturing grand formation together to search for some spiritual materials, spiritual items, and strange items. However, the two cultivators were mostly looking for the Wonder Dew. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Is one of the two cultivators surnamed Lu and the other surnamed Yuan?" The Longhuai ancestor nodded and said, "That's right. This time, there seems to be another cultivator. Moreover, it seems that their strength is not weaker than the combined strength of the two cultivators. It seems that they are quite a powerful sect. However, this time, the most precious treasure in the periphery has already been taken by a disciple of the Yuan clan." The image of Yuan's soaring figure suddenly flashed in Lu Ping's mind and he couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Laozu allowed these treasures to be taken by someone else? The Longhuai ancestor smiled and said, "Firstly, my avatar can't be more than 10 miles away from my main body. If I want to collect the treasures one by one, I have to use my main body's huge root system to transport them. Secondly, the old man obtained most of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation that were very useful to the old man. The rest of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation aren't that valuable to the old man. Moreover, the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation prevents transcendent stage cultivators from entering. How can some late core forging stage cultivators find the real treasures? However, there are also unexpected situations. This time, wasn't there a treasure discovered by the cultivator of the Yuan clan? Lu Ping pondered for a moment and didn't know what to say. The Longhuai ancestor observed Lu Ping's expression and smiled. "Young friend, do you want the Wonder Dew?" Lu Ping let out a long sigh and said, "The Wonder Dew is very precious. It would be a lie if I said I didn't want it. However, I can't take such a great benefit from Senior for free. Moreover, I really don't have any treasures that can rival the Wonder Dew." Ancestor Longhuai smiled lightly, and then he stretched out his hand and gestured towards the lake. A ball of dark blue myriad Wonder Dew was instantly separated, and it just happened to be a portion of 36 drops. The Wonder Dew was still in midair when the Longhuai ancestor once again waved his hand towards the lake. A stream of water rose from the lake. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that apart from the Wonder Dew in the center of the lake, the entire lake was filled with the 1,000 fragrance dew. The 1,000 fragrant dew also rose into the air, wrapping around the fist-sized Wonder Dew nectar in the center. After that, Patriarch Long Huai took out a bamboo tube out of nowhere. He pointed the mouth of the tube at the 1,000 fragrant dew and Wonder Dew nectar hovering in midair. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "Retract." The large mass of water immediately flowed into the small bamboo tube. The Longhuai ancestor closed the lid of the bamboo tube and shook it. When he heard the sound of water splashing inside, he handed the bamboo tube to Lu Ping and said, "If the Wonder Dew is stored alone, its spirituality will be lost." Therefore, the old man placed it in the 1,000 fragrance dew. The 1,000 fragrance dew has the effect of stimulating the growth of spirit grasses and plants. It also contains vitality. Although it is far from being comparable to the Wonder Dew, it can still maintain the Wonder Dew's spirituality. Lu Ping hurriedly declined, but he heard the Longhuai ancestor say with a smile, "The old man doesn't lack this Wonder Dew. Moreover, there seems to be a lot of spirit grasses planted in Little Friend's spatial magic tool. This 1,000 fragrance dew is perfect for watering those spirit grasses. Moreover, the old man also has a favor to ask of Little Friend. Take this item as the reward for Little Friend's help." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, but he could not resist the temptation of the Wonder Dew in his heart. In the end, he did not take the bamboo tube. Instead, he said, "If the matter Senior wishes for is beyond Junior's ability, please forgive Junior. Junior will naturally exchange the Wonder Dew for Senior." The Longhuai ancestor waved his hand. Seeming to think of something, he let out a long sigh and did not speak anymore. The two of them were silent for a long time. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the little peach tree finally changed again. The two of them looked in the direction of the little peach tree. They did not know when, but the branches and leaves of the little peach tree had become a lot more luxuriant. Under the cover of the branches and leaves, Lu Ping also found a dozen flower buds that had already begun to germinate. A joyful aura emitted from the little peach tree. The Longhuai ancestor stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ping felt the aura around the little peach tree and also felt quite gratified. At this moment, the little peach tree felt very different from before. Not only was the spiritual power that had accumulated since the spiritual sense was opened slowly being refined, the use of the Fa Li in its body was no longer like when Lu Ping first saw it, where it could only use the branches that fell from its body to whip the enemy. The little peach tree's use of its spiritual sense and divine sense was also much more flexible. When communicating with Lu Ping, it no longer rigidly stuck to simple expressions. The little peach tree showed the two of them what it had obtained after receiving the inheritance. At this time, the Longhuai ancestor spoke to the little peach tree about the question he had just raised to Lu Ping. He asked if the little peach tree was willing to stay in the vein strengthening spirit formation and receive the guidance of the Longhuai ancestor until the next time the firmament wall of poison opened before leaving. In the perception of Lu Ping's divine sense, after the little peach tree heard the words of the Longhuai ancestor, the spiritual sense and divine sense that had become a lot smoother suddenly became chaotic. It seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Then, it cast its chaotic divine sense onto Lu Ping, clearly treating Lu Ping as its backbone. When the Longhuai ancestor saw that the little peach tree was so attached to Lu Ping, he knew that his idea wouldn't work. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Lu Ping faintly smiled and sent out a gentle divine sense, calming the little peach tree's anxious divine sense. Then, he repeated the words of letting the little peach tree freely choose whether to stay or leave. The branches and leaves of the little peach tree gently swayed. It seemed to be thinking about the words of the Longhuai ancestor and Lu Ping. It seemed that it had already made a decision and was only considering how to explain to one of the two people that had always loved it. After a moment, the little peach tree finally made up its mind. An apologetic aura was transmitted to the Longhuai ancestor. The Longhuai ancestor, who already knew that this would be the result, nodded. It opened its mouth and seemed to say something to the little peach tree. Then, it turned to look at Lu Ping, saying, "Lu Xiaoyu, the little peach tree has already decided to continue following you. It's difficult for the spirit Yarrow race to awaken, and the cultivation world is dangerous. Please treat the little peach tree well." Lu Ping said solemnly, "Please don't worry, Laozu." The Longhuai ancestor nodded, saying, "Since that's the case, please first bring the little peach tree back into the spatial magic item. Before she transforms, it's best not to let others know of her existence." Under the request of the Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping used the art of changing seas and mulberry fields. The little peach tree and the soil that had gathered the essence of the living earth, the essence of the thousand wonder dew, the living earth powder, the psychic stone, the thousand fragrant dew and many other heavenly treasures were all put into the storage space. The little peach tree's branches and leaves swayed, making woo-woo sounds. It seemed to be saying goodbye to the Longhuai ancestor. Chapter 568. For some reason, Lu Ping saw a trace of envy in the Longhuai ancestor's eyes as the little peach tree returned to the spatial magic tool. Even though the person before him was only a puppet, an avatar, Lu Ping could still sense a strong fluctuation of emotions from it. The Longhuai ancestor let out a long sigh. He straightened his palm and slammed it down on the ground. A crack about a meter wide immediately split open, and an aura that was also filled with vitality but all-encompassing spread out from the depths of the crack. As the aura grew thicker and thicker, it was as if something was about to charge out from the depths of the crack. However, before the thing in the crack could emerge from the ground, a plump body suddenly scuttled out of the ground in a panic. When it landed on the ground, its small eyes darted around, and it quickly noticed Lu Ping and the Longhuai ancestor. It was about to run away, but it immediately stopped. When Lu Ping saw Dabao scuttling out of the ground, he naturally knew what the Longhuai ancestor was about to do. He immediately blushed, and was about to explain something to the Longhuai ancestor when he saw that the Longhuai ancestor did not even look at Dabao. Instead, he looked at the crack that had opened up in the ground with a rather solemn expression. A moment later, a tree root that was clearly rather listless reached out from the depths of the crack. At the front of the root was a dark but yellowish piece of soil, its surface shining with a nameless luster. The root brought the piece of soil directly to the Longhui ancestor. The Longhui ancestor weighed the piece of soil in his hand, and suddenly threw it into the spatial passageway of the House of Gold. At this moment, the little peach tree had already entered the House of Gold. The spatial passageway of the House of Gold had already been closed by Lu Ping, and only ripples remained in the air. However, when the clod in Patriarch Long Huai's hand flew into the fluctuating air, a half-foot-wide hole was forced open in the spatial passageway that had been closed. The clod passed through the hole and disappeared, and the forcefully opened hole was immediately restored to its original state. Lu Ping's spiritual will was focused on the little peach tree that was falling towards the ground. At this moment, the soil in the Longhui ancestor's hand forcefully broke through the spatial passage of the Golden House and appeared within the space of the Golden House. Just as Lu Ping was stunned, this piece of soil, which was emitting a nameless luster, fell straight to the roots of the small peach tree, and disappeared as soon as it touched the ground. Even so, Lu Ping was able to clearly see the dirt block the moment it appeared in the Golden House. When Lu Ping saw that the little peach tree was safe and sound in the Golden House, he turned around and said to the Longhui ancestor, "Senior, I thank you on behalf of the little peach tree for your generous gift." The Longhui ancestor didn't seem to hear Lu Ping's words, and murmured, "The old man was wrong to leave you here. The old man has been trapped here for 10,000 years, and he has always wanted to escape the shackles of this fence, to see the vast world of cultivation. Now, how can he trap you here like the old man?" De Bao was discovered sneaking underground, and he thought that he would be punished. Unexpectedly, the two people in front of him didn't even say a word to him. De Bao was secretly delighted, and before he knew it, his legs had already sunk more than half into the ground. Just as De Bao was about to dive into the ground and escape, he saw Lu Ping's foot lightly stop, and De Bao suddenly felt that the entire ground had suddenly turned into a hard piece of steel. Caught off guard, De Bao's head slammed into the ground, and he immediately let out a cry of pain. When he raised his head, his right hand was covering his forehead, and there was a huge bump. De Bao jumped down, wanting to pull out his legs from the ground. Unexpectedly, his legs were also stuck in the ground, and he couldn't pull them out. De Bao could only half bury himself in the ground, and he looked at Lu Ping pitifully. Lu Ping was annoyed that De Bao was too greedy and daring. If this was in the cave of any cultivator in the cultivation world, after the owner found out about De Bao's behavior, even if he killed him, Lu Ping couldn't say anything. Lu Ping just wanted to punish De Bao, so that he would remember that there were some people that he couldn't afford to offend. "Take out everything you've found." Lu Ping looked at De Bao and said coldly. Although De Bao was greedy, he was smarter and more sensible. Looking at Lu Ping's face and listening to his tone, he immediately knew that he couldn't get away with it today, so he simply took out all his harvest from the underground. Among Lu Ping's several spiritual pets, De Bao had the most storage celestial devices. Firstly, De Bao deliberately asked for them from Lu Ping. Secondly, De Bao had too many miscellaneous things, so he naturally needed a lot of storage celestial devices. Most of these things were things that Lu Ping didn't need or had eliminated, and a few of them were things that De Bao traded for himself. Huangli Island's mysterious underground merchant Bao Yi was quite famous among the low-level cultivators on the island. There were also some things that De Bao had obtained from Lu Ping's expeditions over the years. De Bao first took out a storage bag from the right side of his waist and fiddled with it. Then, he retracted his hand and opened his palm. A total of 8 miniature spirit-gathering pearls appeared on his palm. Lu Ping was expressionless, but Longhui ancestor looked at De Bao with interest. De Bao was used to reading people's expressions. Seeing Longhui ancestor's expression, he immediately knew that he wouldn't be punished too much, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, looking at Lu Ping's expression, De Bao immediately sighed. It was impossible for him to hide any treasures. De Bao took out a storage bracelet from his bosom, and De Bao took out 2 withered roots from it. These 2 roots were obviously withered, but the surface of the flexible roots still exuded a special luster. Obviously, the quality of these 2 treasures were much better than second-class mutated spiritual materials. De Bao looked at the motionless Lu Ping, and he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head with his fat hand. When he retracted his hand, he conveniently pulled out a thin rope from his neck. The thin rope was tied to a small storage bag. Dabao shook the small storage bag from top to bottom, and 5 miniature spirit-gathering pearls that were twice the size of the previous spirit-gathering pearls appeared in Dabao's hands. This time, the corner of Lu Ping's eyes finally twitched, but he still looked at Dabao without saying a word. Dabao had no choice but to say, "Boss, spare me. I do have 2 things that I obtained from underground, but they were both placed in the insoles made from storage bags under my feet. Now that I'm trapped in the soil, I can't take them out." Lu Ping was half angered by Dabao's answer. In the world of cultivation, only a fool like Dabao could think of such a lousy idea that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Longhui ancestor finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and suddenly burst into laughter. The sky suddenly seemed to dance with the wind and thunder. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that high up in the sky, the main body of the dragon locust tree seemed to be laughing at Dabao's shameless methods. However, the result of laughing was a violent turbulence in the surrounding spirit chi. In an instant, the intensity of the spirit chi actually exceeded that of when Lu Ping and the others first entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. Then, a violent wind swept past, and the shallow lake formed by the dew of 1,000 fragrances was suddenly blown to the bottom. Even the wonder dew hidden at the bottom of the lake jumped up from the wind. A loud and terrifying woo-woo sound came from the small forest around the lake, and the trees that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around were blown back and forth, as if they could not stand still. The violent turbulence did not stop. Instead, it continued to move towards the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. However, this was only the situation at the roots of the dragon locust tree. As the dragon locust tree swayed in the sky, who knew what kind of turbulence it would cause in the fallen archipelago? Lu Ping now knew that the firmament of myriad poisons was built on the dragon locust tree. Lu Ping looked at the consequences of the Longhui ancestor's inability to control its emotions in shock. He could not help but glare fiercely at Dabao. However, when the wind blew, Dabao bent down and gripped the ground tightly, as if he was afraid that the wind would break him. The Longhui ancestor stopped laughing and pointed at Dabao as he said with a smile, "Young brother, this spirit pet of yours is really shameless. He was actually able to think of such a method. Forget it, let me ask you, do you know what those 2 treasures that were hidden beneath my feet are?" Dabao's spirits shook, and he hurriedly replied, reporting to Senior, "One is an earth attribute wondrous sulfuric ore, and the other is an earth attribute low-grade earth rank fey, flying U stone. Both were found at the end of Senior's roots. Junior originally also discovered a fey that seemed to be even more formidable, but just when Junior was about to flee there, Senior noticed and captured it." Lu Ping grunted coldly and said, "Do you really think that your earth escape technique is unknown? If it wasn't for Senior Longhui capturing you from beneath the ground, you would have perished a long time ago." When he saw Dabao was slightly puzzled, Lu Ping asked once more, "Do you know what sort of treasure is the even more formidable flying U stone that you discovered earlier?" Dabao's spirits were refreshed, and he said, "Boss, that wouldn't be the breathing earth, right?" Lu Ping sneered. "You aren't stupid. The breathing earth is called the boundless earth. With your cultivation, once you come into contact with the breathing earth's main body, then the enormous spirituality contained within the breathing earth's mid-grade heaven-rank flying U stone would counterattack. Even if you're an earth attribute demon beast that's skilled in earth escape technique, you would still be crushed into a meat patty." Dabao broke out in cold sweat from what Lu Ping said. Only now did he realize that after he advanced to the core forging realm, he'd actually become slightly arrogant by relying on the great improvement of his earth escape technique. Now it would seem like his actions were simply extremely laughable in the eyes of those cultivators that were truly capable. Meanwhile, the Longhui ancestor said, "I've already said it earlier. So long as this little mouse demon is able to find a treasure that he recognizes, then the old man will give these things to him. Now that he's found these things, the old man won't go back on his word, so you can take these things." Dabao was delighted when he heard this, but he didn't dare act rashly this time, and he looked at Lu Ping. Chapter 569. Lu Ping was about to decline when he heard Longhuai ancestor continue, but the old man also has a request. Forget about the sulfur gang rock and the flying you stone, just treat it as a gift from the old man to you, the rat demon. But of the 5 small spirit gathering pearls, 3 must be buried under the little peach tree. The remaining 2 small spirit gathering pearls and the 8 miniature spirit gathering pearls must be used by the rat demon and Lu Xiaoyu. Longhuai ancestor's words made it hard for Lu Ping to decline, so he could only thank him. Senior's continuous generous gifts, this junior is truly a shame. Longhuai ancestor said, Lu Xiaoyu, do you know why the old man would do everything possible to invite you into this pulse-nourishing spirit formation and reveal the old man's body in front of everyone? Lu Ping asked strangely, isn't it because of the little peach tree, senior? Longhuai ancestor said with a smile, if it was only because of the little peach tree, the old man naturally has thousands of ways to obtain the spatial artifact from Lu Xiaoyu and bring the little peach tree here. The only problem is that after the little peach tree transforms, it can only leave this place when the myriad poison firmament wall opens again. In this fallen archipelago, as long as the old man is willing, there is very little that the old man can't do. If even these people can't be suppressed, the old man would have long been torn apart by the old monsters of the various sects. Otherwise, why would the fallen archipelago exist until now? Lu Ping was secretly shocked, but he said, I wonder if there is anything this junior can help senior. You come. Longhuai ancestor brought Lu Ping straight to the dragon pagoda tree. Under the trunk of the dragon pagoda tree, which was so thick that even hundreds of people would find it hard to wrap their arms around, Longhuai ancestor sighed and patted the wall-like trunk, then turned to Lu Ping and said, Lu Xiaoyu, place your palm on the old man's body. Lu Ping walked forward with a suspicious look and placed his hand on the trunk whose bark had long cracked. A loud bang exploded in Lu Ping's mind. With a face full of shock, Lu Ping's blood suddenly boiled and surged from the core space to the rest of his body. Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be dyed in a layer of crimson red. In the core space, on the surface of a large gold core, 6 strange WMS roared at the sky, and an extremely profound aura surged out from Lu Ping's blood. At this moment, Lu Ping seemed to feel his palm tremble. Yes, this tree that could truly be considered as towering was actually trembling. Lu Ping was horrified, and he hurriedly removed his hand from the dragon pagoda tree's body. He looked at Longhuai ancestor with a face full of lingering fear, but he saw that Longhuai ancestor was also looking at him with a shocked expression at this moment. After Lu Ping's palm left the dragon pagoda tree suddenly stopped trembling. However, even in this short period of contact, the dragon pagoda tree's trembling still caused a huge tremor in the fallen archipelago. However, Lu Ping had not realized it at this time. Longhuai ancestor glanced into the distance. He naturally knew what kind of tremor had happened in the fallen archipelago and what kind of casualties it would bring to the cultivators who were still on the archipelago. However, Longhuai ancestor did not care about this at all. I didn't expect it. Although the old man noticed that the WM bloodline in Lu Xiaoyu's body was abnormally pure, and it could be said that it was the first time the old man had seen it in the past 5,000 years, he still underestimated Lu Xiaoyu. Such a pure bloodline is almost on par with the WM bloodline that the old man had painstakingly condensed in the past tens of thousands of years. Lu Ping looked at Longhuai ancestor, but he could not figure out what the Longhuai ancestor was thinking in his heart, so he could only summon up his courage and ask, Senior, what do you mean? Longhuai ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly vigilant look. After a little thought, he understood Lu Ping's meaning, so he chuckled and said, it's also the old man's fault for not making it clear, which made you misunderstand. The old man just wanted to let Lu Xiaoyu know that the old man is not an ordinary spirit beastkin. The spirit beastkin in the cultivation world do not have the bloodline of the 7th patriarch, but the old man not only inherited the WM bloodline, but the old man has always believed that no one in the cultivation world can compete with the old man in terms of the purity of the WM bloodline. That's right. Lu Ping said in a deep voice, this is also what I want to ask. Senior is a dragon pagoda tree that cultivated into a spirit beastkin. Why do you have the WM bloodline, and why is the bloodline purity so high? Longhuai ancestor did not directly answer Lu Ping's question, but said seriously, Today, the old man saw that you have cultivated the WM bloodline of the water attribute, and the pure chi in your body, which shows that your bloodline is far purer than the cultivators of the same level. I also saw that you can resist the temptation of the spirit beastkin to the cultivators, and treat the spirit beastkin and the spirit pets fairly, which made the old man very pleased, so I wanted to invite you here to test if I can entrust something to you. This time, it seems that the matter of the old man can really be entrusted to you. Lu Ping remembered that the Longhuai ancestor said that he had something to ask of him, so he asked, "What is it that senior is talking about?" The Longhuai ancestor took a deep look at Lu Ping, and said, "If in the future, your cultivation can reach the level of breaking the sky wall of poison, I hope that you can generously help the old man to get out of this fence, so that I can transform into a human form and wander freely in this world. It is better than dying of old age in this sky wall of poison." When Lu Ping heard the Longhuai ancestor's request, he was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but say, "Senior, it is said that this sky wall of poison was personally built by Jiao Daoren. If it is true, how can this junior break the formation set up by one of the seventh patriarch?" Jiao Daoren's strength was known as the second strongest of the seventh patriarch, second only to Peng Laozu, who controlled the seven treasure thunder calabash. How could the formation he set up be broken by Lu Ping? Otherwise, in the tens of thousands of years of countless outstanding cultivators, how could the sky wall of poison stop the cultivators in the world of cultivation for tens of thousands of years? Seeing the difficult expression on Lu Ping's face, the Longhuai ancestor said with a bitter expression, "If even little friend can't do it in the future, then even if other cultivators reach that point in the future, they will at most have the same cultivation as the old man. How can they have the strength to break the sky wall of poison? Moreover, once the old man breaks the shackles of the sky wall of poison, I'm afraid he will immediately face the double tribulations of shape-shifting and spiritualization. If there is no great cultivator who is far stronger than the old man to help, I'm afraid the day he breaks the sky wall of poison and obtains freedom will be the day the old man falls." Lu Ping didn't know how to reply to the Longhuai ancestor, so he could only choose his words carefully and said, "Junior really doesn't dare to guarantee anything to Senior, but if Junior really has the ability to break the sky wall of poison, then Junior will definitely not stand by and do nothing." The Longhuai ancestor also nodded and said, "When one's cultivation has reached the old man's level, the only things he pursues are shape-shifting and breaking the sky wall of poison to regain his freedom. The other things are just worldly possessions, so the old man naturally won't care about them. So, Lu Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry too much about the old man's kindness." Lu Ping agreed to the Longhuai ancestor's request and followed the Longhuai ancestor out of the small forest. Meanwhile, the trapped Dabao was kept into the golden house by Lu Ping. No matter how much Dabao promised that he wouldn't cause trouble, Lu Ping wouldn't let him out. Outside the small forest, Luan Yu was walking and stopping in the sea of flowers. From time to time, she would bend down to pick up something from the ground. Seeing that Lu Ping and the others had come out, Luan Yu walked out from the sea of flowers. First, he bowed to the Longhuai ancestor and said, "Junior had nothing to do just now, so I was strolling around in the sea of flowers. My Wood Luan clan loves cultivating spiritual herbs the most, so I was bold enough to pick up many seeds of spiritual herbs from the sea of flowers cultivated by Senior. Please don't blame me, Senior." Lu Ping secretly praised Luan Yu's intelligence. At the very least, Luan Yu was much more resourceful than that hothead Dabao. If it wasn't for the fact that Dabao was in a similar situation as the Longhuai ancestor, he would have died for sure. However, not only would Luan Yu not be blamed by the Longhuai ancestor, he would also be able to easily obtain the seeds of many spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. As expected, the Longhuai ancestor waved his hand in a nonchalant manner and said, "Since Luan Yu likes them, you can pick up all the mature seed." Lu Ping stayed in the sea of flowers for another day. During that time, Lu Ping and the Longhuai ancestor talked about their experiences in cultivating spiritual herbs. They talked about how to cultivate some famous spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. Only the Longhuai ancestor could impart such knowledge to him, who did not even know if his lifespan was 30,000 or 35,000 years. In particular, after Luan Yu joined them, The inherited memories of the Wood Luan clan regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs greatly amazed the Longhuai ancestor. Meanwhile, the Longhuai ancestor's own methods of cultivating spiritual herbs amazed Luan Yu as well. After a long conversation, the three of them each learned something. Early the next morning, the Longhuai ancestor looked into the distance outside the Sea of Flowers with a serious expression. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the pulse-nourishing spirit formation and see the scene in the fallen archipelago. Seeing Lu Ping and Luan Yu walk over, the Longhuai ancestor sighed and said, "Originally, the old man thought that the sky of myriad poisons would close in 3 days. However, yesterday, something unexpected happened to the old man's body, which activated the sky of myriad poisons ahead of time. The density of the poisonous mist within the sky of myriad poisons has been rising sharply since yesterday. Today, the sky of myriad poisons will probably return to its original state. Therefore, you must leave the fallen archipelago today. Who knows how many hundreds of years it will be before we meet again." Lu Ping activated the House of Gold and sent his divine sense towards the busy amethyst wasps in the Sea of Flowers. A moment later, the haggard amethyst wasp queen, Zi Lan, flew out from the Sea of Flowers. However, she did not fly directly into the House of Gold. Instead, she landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. She then lowered her legs and sat on his shoulder. One of her hands was still holding onto Lu Ping's ear, as if she was afraid of falling off Lu Ping's body. Chapter 570. Just as the amethyst wasp Queen Zilan was panting and sitting on Lu Ping's shoulder, a silvery purple cloud rose in the sky. More than 8,000 amethyst wasps rose from the Sea of Flowers. The vibration of their wings almost caused a hurricane, causing the spiritual chi in the Sea of Flowers to lose control again. The swarm of silver-purple bees turned into a wriggling cloud and disappeared into the golden door of the House of Gold. Inside the House of Gold, the amethyst beehive that was originally built on the golden nut tree had fallen to the ground due to the size of the beehive. The beehive surrounded the entire tree trunk, leaving only the crown of the golden nut tree exposed. After bidding farewell to the Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping and Luan Yu walked together. They passed through the Blackwater Swamp and other dangerous places, and finally returned to the area where they had just entered the pulse-nourishing spirit formation. The two did not dare to stop, and kept going in the direction that Lu Ping had come from. Along the way, they did not find anyone who had entered the secret area before. Lu Ping said, "It seems that the Longhuai ancestor was right. It is really time for the fallen archipelago to close. All the cultivators in the secret area have already been evacuated." Luan Yu could not help but ask, what happened in the small forest? Even Dabao has become tight-lipped. Why did the Longhuai ancestor give us a withered, 8,000-year-old grey willow before he left? It's 8,000 years old. It's a treasure that's even better than a top third-grade spiritual material. Among spiritual materials, I've only seen your white jade lotus that's better than this. Lu Ping did not know how many times Luan Yu had asked on the way. He was too lazy to respond to Luan Yu's endless sighs. However, Lu Ping still unconsciously touched the storage ring on his finger. A complete, 8,000-year-old grey willow was not the most important thing. What was more important was that the grey willow was engraved with the outer body incarnation technique that Lu Ping had copied from the Longhuai ancestor. It was very likely that it was a magical method personally passed down by Jiao Daoren. In the sky, a golden light flashed. Lu Ping was startled. He reached out and grabbed the light in his hand. It was a sound-transmitting magic sword. Lu Ping activated the sound-transmitting magic sword with a special method of junling. Lyra Laozu's anxious voice came from the sound-transmitting magic sword. "The fallen archipelago is about to close. Leave quickly. Oh no, I've been discovered. I'll lead them away. You leave the fallen archipelago from another secret place as soon as possible." Luan Yu saw that Lu Ping, who was originally hurrying out, stopped after receiving the sound-transmitting magic sword. His face became extremely serious. Luan Yu asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is Lyra Laozu in trouble?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "It may be because the shock of the Longhuai ancestor yesterday affected the body, causing the entire fallen archipelago to close in advance. Martial Uncle Lyra has been discovered. Although Martial Uncle Lyra has led them away, it's better for us to leave from another place just in case." Luan Yu exited the pulse-nourishing spirit formation from another direction in the secret place. She hurriedly hid behind Lu Ping, who came out with her. Seeing this, Lu Ping directly opened the portal space of the House of Gold and brought Luan Yu into the House of Gold. The Myriad Poisons meteorite gang was activated, and a layer of black smoke appeared on the surface of the Golden Gang Chi. Lu Ping felt that the density of the poisonous fog had almost doubled. Looking at the poisonous fog that had changed from grayish-black to black, he did not dare to stop. After determining the direction, Lu Ping quickly flew in the direction of the periphery of the fallen archipelago. The vibration of the poisonous fog in the fallen archipelago even caused a poisonous fog storm. The poisonous fog, which was originally quite corrosive to a cultivator's real essence, suddenly began to flow rapidly after its density increased. Moreover, this flow did not have the slightest regularity, but the impact it brought was fatal. Lyra Laozu had been chased for a day and a night. Along the way, the surrounding poisonous fog storm not only increased in density, but the direction in which the poisonous fog was flowing was also constantly changing. Lyra Laozu had no choice but to cover the entire Gang Chi with the seven-colored flame, which had advanced to a golden color, to reduce the corrosion of the poisonous fog to a minimum. At the same time, a ball of fire swallowed her in an instant, and then she disappeared in the poisonous fog. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of feet away. A moment later, a ball of green light suddenly flashed where Lyra Laozu had been. A dense fog spread out, and in the air filled with poisonous fog, a green light shield of 10 feet wide was formed. A middle-aged cultivator of the mid-Dharma stage stepped out of the green light. At the same time, his divine will returned to the surrounding area, but his eyebrows furrowed even more. The green light did not dissipate along with the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. An early Dharma adept, whose entire body was covered in a glazed light, followed closely behind. After that, there was a flash of golden lightning from within the green light. A cultivator who was obviously from the Yuan family flashed out of the green light and asked, "Brother Lu, which direction did the thief escape to this time?" The first of the three people who appeared was from the Lu family of the Central Plains. He was also the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator. He grunted and said, "This person is very cunning. The flame he used is undoubtedly the seven-colored flame, and it is very likely that it has advanced to the mid-heaven level. In that case, we can come to two conclusions. First, this person must have at least reached the Dharma stage after condensing an 8th-grade golden elixir. Therefore, this person is not to be trifled with among cultivators of the same level." Yuan Feng nodded and said, "The three of us have been chasing this person for a day and a night, but besides causing him to suffer a huge loss at the beginning, we have not been able to catch up with him. This shows that this person's strength is not below mine or that of Yuanshi Laozu of the Crystal Palace." The mid-Dharma stage cultivator of the Lu family, Laozu, looked displeased. He was the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator among the three people who were chasing after him. If he could not catch up with an enemy who was seriously injured and whose level of practice was lower than his, then he would be the one to lose face. At this time, Yuanshi Laozu of the Crystal Palace asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, what is the second conclusion?" The cultivator snorted and puffed out a rough breath. He then said, "Second, the cultivator who used the seven-colored flame is most likely an alchemist. Based on this person's level of practice, this person's achievement in alchemy is at least at the master level, or perhaps even at the grandmaster level." Yuanshi Laozu still had a smile on his face, but he said, I think this person is an alchemist grandmaster. No wonder this person is so slippery. Under the circumstances that the poisonous fog in the Fallen Islands has become so thick and unstable, she can still so easily escape from the three of us. Only someone at the level of alchemy grandmaster can do this." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng agreed and said, "My friend Yuanshi is right. However, I don't know if the two of you have realized that with this person's ability, she would only need less than half a day to rush out of the Fallen Islands. However, She has been lingering around the periphery of the fallen islands, unwilling to rush out. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Laozu spread out his divine will in all directions, but in an instant, he retracted it and said in surprise, "The poisonous fog here is so thick that even the old man's divine will does not dare to linger for long. However, my friend Yuan Feng is right. During this period of time, we have been lingering around the periphery of the fallen islands." The Lu family practitioner snorted coldly and said, "What's so strange about this? If this person is really an alchemist grandmaster, then with her seven-colored flame, she would be the safest in this poisonous fog. Once she leaves the fallen islands, without the surrounding poisonous fog, how could an early Dharma adept like her escape from the three of us?" Yuanshi Laozu did not like the way Laozu of the Lu family spoke. Although Yuanshi Laozu was only an early Dharma adept, Laozu of the Crystal Palace was of a higher status in the world of practitioners. Why would he care about a mid-Dharma adept from a mid-tier family? Thus, he laughed coldly and said, "Brother Lu, you really know everything. Why have you been leading the two of us for a day and a night, eating the dust of someone else?" Laozu of the Lu family was already secretly anxious because he had not been able to catch up with the mysterious adept who had attacked and killed several late core forging disciples of the Lu family. When he heard Yuanshi Laozu's taunting words, he became even more furious. Yuan Feng, who was at the side, observed the situation. Seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Oh, why are you two like this? Even if we can't catch up with this person this time, don't forget that when we found this person, she was lurking outside the barrier of the secret zone. What does this mean? This means that this person has an accomplice, and her accomplice is a late core forging adept. Otherwise, how could she have entered the secret zone?" The Lu family cultivator calmed down and suddenly understood that although Yuanshi Laozu's cultivation was not as good as his, the Crystal Palace behind him was not something the Lu family could afford to provoke. Previously, it was because of Peng Shiyuan, but now, if the two families Fa Xiong Laozu fought again, it would really be a fight to the death. Once it reached that situation, facing the suppression of the Crystal Palace, even if the Lu family was in the central region, they would not have the slightest power to resist. The Lu family cultivator looked at Yuan Feng gratefully and said in a deep voice, "Yes, after the late core forging adepts of our three families evacuated from the secret zone, in addition to escorting these seed adepts who are likely to enter the law phase stage in the future, each of the three families also left a Fa Xiong Laozu behind to guard the secret zone until the last moment. Once another adept appears in the secret zone, even if we don't catch this cultivator who used the seven-colored flame, we can still find out their origin from a late core forging adept." Yuanshi Laozu snorted coldly and said, "He dared to kill the Crystal Palace's adept. When the time comes, the old man will take his memory and completely destroy the force behind him. I will let all the overseas cultivators understand the consequences of offending the Crystal Palace." Tianqin Laozu was hiding in the turbulent poisonous fog. After a while, she finally came to a relatively calm island on the periphery. Just as she found a hidden place to settle down, Tianqin Laozu opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "I don't know if Liu Tianling's disciple died in there. I did my best. If worst comes to worst, I'll fight with Liu Tianling again when I get back." Chapter 571. The two tremors of the Dragon Pagoda tree not only caused the sky of poison to close in advance, but also formed a huge poisonous fog storm. But at this time, what Lu Ping did not know was that it was precisely this sudden poisonous fog storm that not only caused many late core forging realm cultivators who ventured into the fallen archipelago to lose their lives, but also caused the divine sense of the Dharma realm cultivators to not dare to casually spread out under the impact of the storm to investigate the surrounding movement. Under normal circumstances, the three Dharma realm cultivators could completely monitor the periphery of the entire secret plane, but at this time, they seemed to be unable to do so. When Lu Ping came out of the secret plane, he happened to encounter the attack of a poisonous fog storm. It was the sudden arrival of this poisonous fog storm that allowed Lu Ping to avoid the divine sense of the three Dharma realm cultivators and quickly flew out of the island. However, at this time, the consumption of the qi in Lu Ping's body had also accelerated a lot, almost twice as fast as when Lu Ping first entered the center of the fallen archipelago. Fortunately, the moment Lu Ping entered the secret plane, he seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough. In one fell swoop, his cultivation was promoted to the 6th stage of the core forging realm, so that Lu Ping's strength had greatly increased. Moreover, after the integration of the 12 poisonous beast bloodlines in the fallen archipelago, the purity and thickness of Lu Ping's bloodline had reached a height that cultivators of the same level could not reach. This allowed Lu Ping, who already had a thick qi, to build a stronger foundation. Lu Ping flew in the direction of the sky of poison with all his strength, and the desire in his heart for a suitable flying magic weapon became stronger. Just as Lu Ping passed by a small island, Lu Ping saw a late core forging realm cultivator turn into a bloody light and chase after Lu Ping. However, when the cultivator was 2 or 3 miles away from Lu Ping, the bloody light suddenly began to dissipate, as if the cultivator's qi had been exhausted. The late core forging realm cultivator who was enveloped by the light suddenly screamed, but it did not help. Lu Ping saw a cultivator with a pale and desperate face due to the exhaustion of qi. Then, the cultivator's body was eroded by the poisonous fog, turned into a green smoke and integrated into the poisonous fog. At the same time, a pool of blood sprinkled down. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. In the 3 to 4 days before the sky of poison closed up, the density of the poisonous fog in the fallen islands would slowly rise, giving the cultivators who entered the sky of poison enough time to retreat. However, yesterday, Lu Ping and the others had inadvertently triggered the shaking of the dragon pagoda tree, causing the sky of poison to activate in advance. In just one day, the density of the poisonous fog in the sky above the fallen islands had reached a level that could only be reached in the past 3 to 4 days. Due to the haste, many cultivators had insufficient cultivation bases. Or perhaps, the anti-poison pills they brought with them were incapable of resisting the onslaught of the poisonous fog. In the end, they could only die in the forbidden area. Not even their corpses could be preserved. When Lu Ping saw the cultivator behind him die, a storage belt fell from the sky. Stretching out his hand, Lu Ping lashed out with a long whip. As the whip lashed out, it kept elongating until the storage belt was hovering in mid-air. Lu Ping flicked his hand to retrieve the long whip. Obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator so easily caused Lu Ping to exclaim that his luck had finally come. However, although Lu Ping was excited about obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, the vigilance in his heart grew. The light beneath his feet grew faster, leaving a faintly discernible dark blue trail of light in the midst of the poisonous fog. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to reach the periphery of the fallen islands, Lu Ping's dignified expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the poisonous fog beside him, and a 3-foot-long cyan light suddenly shot out from his eyes. A loud roar came from the poisonous mist. A tall and burly cultivator suddenly leaped out from the mist and swung a pair of huge copper hammers at Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the cultivator, who only had a thin layer of protective aura. The aura contained a few faint crimson filaments, as if it would break at any time. At a glance, Lu Ping understood that this cultivator should have taken a poison-repellent pill. However, the medicinal power hidden in the protective aura obviously could not support him to walk out of the fallen islands. However, Lu Ping flew past him at this time, so the burly cultivator naturally turned his attention to Lu Ping. A water light under Lu Ping's feet jumped up and made a splash in mid-air. Like a torrent making a sharp turn in mid-air, Lu Ping's figure passed through the pincer attack of the 2 copper hammers. Dang! A loud noise shook Lu Ping's ears, but Lu Ping did not stop at all. He continued to escape in the direction of the myriad poisoned sky wall. However, the burly cultivator behind him had obviously regarded Lu Ping as the last life-saving straw. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. The moment the 2 copper hammers collided, one of the copper hammers that was flying in the direction of Lu Ping took advantage of the collision force and chased after Lu Ping under the control of the cultivator. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to be hit from the back by the copper hammers, the burly cultivator's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, as if he saw a glimmer of hope to escape. Puff! Lu Ping's body was smashed by the copper hammers. The burly cultivator's face changed. He saw the smashed body of Lu Ping turn into a mass of water and sprinkle down from the sky. The real Lu Ping took advantage of the water escape force to fly a few dozen feet forward. The burly cultivator let out an angry roar and chased from behind again. At this time, the burly cultivator had reached the moment of life and death. Lu Ping in front of him was his only hope of survival. This 8th-level cultivator stimulated all the potential of his body. Blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose, and the light under his feet soared. Under the cover of the dark poisonous fog, he traveled a few dozen feet forward. When Lu Ping became aware of the burly cultivator's intentions, he had already thought of a countermeasure, which was to stall for time. This was because the burly cultivator couldn't afford to waste time. As long as he could stall for a period of time, the antidote in the burly cultivator's protective aura would run out. At that time, he could only use his true essence to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog. It wouldn't take long for the fallen archipelago to become a ghost. Of course, there was another important reason. Lu Ping didn't want to expose his 6th-level core forging cultivation. Once Lu Ping was forced to fight with the burly cultivator, the stone armor on Lu Ping's body would no longer be able to conceal his aura. Regardless of whether Lu Ping was a match for this 8th-level core forging cultivator, the mere exposure of his 6th-level core forging cultivation gave the burly cultivator infinite confidence. However, at this time, Lu Ping had nowhere to hide. Not only did the burly cultivator stimulate his own potential, but he even risked the danger of his divine sense being eroded by the poisonous fog. He firmly locked on to Lu Ping's figure and swung a copper hammer at Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around, and the golden sword light split the dark poisonous fog. At the same time, the fierce aura on his body disappeared. The burly cultivator's expression changed. From Lu Ping's aura, he actually felt an aura that was not weaker than a cultivator who had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage. That aura actually contained a trace of bloodline pressure. This was a situation that the burly cultivator had only encountered when facing a top-level demonic beast. Could this person be a top-level demonic beast that had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage? The burly cultivator's heart gradually sank, and at the same time, a feeling of despair suddenly welled up in his heart. Since I am going to die, even if I am not a match for you, don't think that you will have an easy time. The surface of the copper hammer suddenly burst out with a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ping looked at the copper hammer flying towards him and was startled. Why does this person want to risk his life so soon? Lu Ping didn't have much time to think. The golden scale sword slashed at the long handle of the copper hammer. Suddenly, the copper hammer lost its aim and spun to the side of Lu Ping. So you are only a mid-core forging stage cultivator. How dare you enter the fallen archipelago? The ignorant are truly fearless. The burly cultivator saw that the cultivator in front of him, who seemed to be at the Dharma manifestation stage, suddenly became a mid-core forging stage cultivator. After the great sorrow and joy, the burly cultivator was agitated and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Although the cultivator regretted that he had stimulated his own potential in order to risk his life and endured the severe pain of his divine sense being corroded, he didn't have much time to think about it now that there was a chance to escape. The other copper hammer appeared in his hand and he directly attacked Lu Ping. I think you are relying on the poison-repellent treasure on you. If you can hand over the treasure, I will not only spare your life, but also take you out of the myriad poison firmament wall. What do you think? The burly cultivator tried to persuade Lu Ping, but the two copper hammers in his hands didn't show any mercy. They smashed towards Lu Ping with all their strength. He simply wanted to end the battle quickly. There was no room for negotiation. If Lu Ping hesitated because he was afraid of the burly cultivator's cultivation, he might be smashed into a pile of mud by the burly cultivator. Lu Ping didn't fight the burly cultivator head-on. Instead, he kept dodging up and down, trying to avoid the burly cultivator's frontal attacks as much as possible. Only when he was forced to do so would he use the golden scale sword to block the heavy copper hammers. In the blink of an eye, the burly cultivator launched more than 20 continuous attacks. Although Lu Ping was always at a disadvantage, he kept defending. After advancing to the 6th layer of core forging stage, Lu Ping actually had the strength to fight against an 8th-layer core forging stage cultivator? How could this be? The burly cultivator never dreamed that a mid-stage core forging stage cultivator in front of him could fight with him for such a long time. The trace of joy in his heart gradually faded as time dragged on. Lu Ping watched as the burly cultivator's moves gradually became chaotic. Although there was still a trace of scarlet silk left in the aura shield, the burly cultivator had lost the last bit of hope. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ping with a face full of madness. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly. He immediately turned into a stream of water and fled into the distance. Chapter 572. Lu Ping, who was flying backwards, formed a series of hand seals. Lu Ping, who was originally only using the meteoric vital energy shield of myriad poison to protect his body, suddenly blossomed with a 6th-grade lotus flower. A broken flag slowly rose up from the top of Lu Ping's head. At that moment, the stalwart cultivator, who was hot on his tail, had gone completely mad. A clump of white mist surged out and a massive great white shark poked its head out from the mist. It cast a resentful glance at Lu Ping. Then, its nearly 2-jong-long body suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Before the muffled sound of the great white shark's self-destruction could be heard, the erupting mist of blood had already swept towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping did his best to fly backwards. The 6-layered astral energy shield was instantly riddled with holes. The water control flag fluttered and a black curtain of light with a hint of blue light poured down. White lotus flowers floated above the curtain of light, constantly repairing Lu Ping's astral energy shield and resisting the invasion of the erupting mist of blood. Lu Ping's face was pale. The primary energy within his body was like a broken dam as it surged towards the astral energy shield. However, his expression remained calm. Lu Ping spread out his left palm and a purple flame appeared on his palm. Lu Ping pushed his palm forward and the eastern purple chi flame immediately transformed into a wave of fire, burning away a large amount of the mist of blood. However, this was not enough. Lu Ping's right palm immediately spun and the violent dark prison poisonous fire transformed into a wall of fire in front of Lu Ping. Together with the eastern purple chi flame, the wall of fire resisted the blood mist that was spreading towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's means were naturally not limited to this. A small gourd suddenly rose from behind Lu Ping. The gourd rotated slowly in the air as if it was brewing something. After a moment, the mouth of the gourd suddenly crackled and a ball of colorful lightning burst out from the gourd. Countless colorful lightning raged in the blood mist. Lu Ping suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten. The self-destruction of the great white shark, an 8th-level core forging realm beast cultivator, was not able to drag Lu Ping down with it even though Lu Ping was prepared for it. Lu Ping looked at the center of the self-destruction and sighed with regret. The burly cultivator's self-destruction had also blown up the storage magic tool he carried. However, Lu Ping's eyes lit up and a long whip appeared in his hand. Lu Ping threw it into the depths of the poisonous mist and heard a few clanging sounds. The pair of copper hammers used by the burly cultivator were entangled by Lu Ping's long whip. Lu Ping caught the pair of copper hammers with both hands and his face was filled with joy. He felt a strong sense of rejection from the copper hammers. Lu Ping's primary energy mixed with his divine sense suddenly poured into the copper hammers. Lu Ping felt that the rejection from the copper hammers suddenly weakened. The pair of copper hammers was clearly the burly cultivator's life-bound magic treasure. Additionally, the burly cultivator had refined them with 6 Dao talismans, reaching the pinnacle of spirit-linking magic treasures. Although Lu Ping was not proficient in artifact crafting, he had an alchemy grandmaster as a good friend. Thus, he was able to appraise magic treasures. The quality of the pair of copper hammers had been refined to a high level by the burly cultivator. Clearly, the burly cultivator had already made preparations for the copper hammers to advance to the spirit-nurturing grade. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and ended up falling within the Great Fallen Archipelago. After going through the frenzied pursuit of the dying cultivator, Lu Ping became even more cautious. Lu Ping did his best to retract the layer of light radiating from his body to reduce the temptation to others. At the same time, he did his best to make his way out of the myriad poison firmament wall. Fortunately, Lu Ping did not encounter another situation similar to the burly cultivators. Thus, he managed to reach the myriad poison firmament wall without any mishaps. By then, the myriad poison firmament wall had almost become invisible. Lu Ping dared not be negligent. He slammed his head into the myriad poison firmament wall and left the great fallen archipelago. The moment Lu Ping appeared outside the myriad poison firmament wall, he was shocked. However, Lu Ping did his best to hide his aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. A wave of divine sense surged out from his body, suppressing everything around him. After that, Lu Ping flew towards the location of the illusionary spirit formation. Not long after Lu Ping left, the void flashed and 7 or 8 cultivators appeared from various directions. They were standing in the middle of the position Lu Ping had just emerged from. 5 of them were late-stage core forging cultivators, while the remaining 3 were at the 5th or 6th layer of core forging. A short and burly cultivator with a shaggy beard spat out a mouthful of phlegm towards the sea and cursed fiercely, "Damn it, I actually bumped into a Dharma cultivator." A few feet away from the short and burly cultivator, a cultivator with a gentle face, waved a folding fan and said with a smile, "Big Tiger Beard, you should be glad that he didn't attack you. Otherwise, how many of us can survive?" The short and burly cultivator with a long beard, Big Tiger Beard, snorted twice. He looked quite indignant, but he did not say anything. Instead, a cultivator with a missing ear beside him said with some regret, "That's not necessarily true." That cultivator was in a hurry and his face was pale. Obviously, he also suffered a lot in the Great Fallen Archipelago. Otherwise, with his Dharma phase cultivation, how could he let us go after discovering our ambush? The cultivator with a folding fan sneered, "You still want to fight with Dharma phase Laozu? Don't forget the news we received 6 hours ago. Another group of cultivators who were doing the same thing as us ambushed a heavily injured Dharma phase female cultivator. What happened to her in the end?" Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the cultivator with the folding fan. Seeing that no one spoke, the cultivator with the folding fan sneered in his heart and said, "How can we speculate about the power of a Dharma phase cultivator? That person may really be an arrow at the end of its flight, but his trump card is enough to kill or injure more than half of us. We may not even be able to stop him." Lu Ping once again deceived a group of cultivators with bad intentions. He simply dived into the sea. The jade water moon pearl shone above his head and the blue inner yuan merged with the seawater around Lu Ping. Lu Ping's figure suddenly became faster and more agile in the sea than in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of miles away. In Fantasy Spirit City, Spiritual Master Xian Shu and Spiritual Master Xian Sen were hurrying toward Junling's temporary cave. "Uncle Masters, is Uncle Master Tianqin back?" Spiritual Master Xian Shu and Spiritual Master Xian Sen raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Lu Ping looking at the two of them with a smile. However, due to the loss of inner yuan, his pale face revealed Lu Ping's current state. Spiritual Master Xian Shu's face lit up and he said, "Nephew Lu, you're back at the right time." Spiritual Master Xian Sen nudged Spiritual Master Xian Shu and turned to Lu Ping and said in a low voice, "Nephew Lu, let's go back to the cave and talk." Lu Ping saw the two's serious expressions and thought for a moment. He quickly walked forward and said in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with Uncle Master Tianqin?" Spiritual Master Xian Sen said with some surprise, "Nephew Lu, even if your Uncle Master Xian Shu and I enter the perished archipelago, why do you dare to enter it yourself?" Although Spiritual Master Xian Sen's words were full of reproach, there was a look of admiration in his eyes. Lu Ping nodded and smiled, "Uncle Master is right." This disciple was purely driven by curiosity and indeed did not think it through. Spiritual Master Xian Shu quickly waved his hand and said, all right, Junior brother Xian Sen, didn't you already want to go to the perished archipelago to see what was going on? Although you're saying it now, you don't know how envious you are in your heart." Spiritual Master Xian Shu then turned to Lu Ping and said, "Nephew Lu, you also have to be careful in the future. Don't always act first and report later. By the time we receive your sound transmission magic sword, you would have already entered the perished archipelago. We wouldn't be able to stop you in time even if we wanted to. Lu Ping quickly agreed. Spiritual Master Xian Shu saw that he had achieved his goal and quickly said, Junior Sister Tianqin was seriously injured in the perished archipelago. She told you to go see her as soon as you return. When Lu Ping heard that Tianqin Laozu was injured, his expression became a bit more serious. He nodded in agreement and followed the two into the cave residence. Tianqin Laozu looked pale as she sat there cross-legged. Lu Ping was shocked to see her like this. Tianqin Laozu didn't wait for Lu Ping to speak and coldly snorted, You are indeed a good disciple taught by Liu Tianling. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to enter the myriad poison sky wall with such a small cultivation? Do you really not know how the word death is written? Lu Ping didn't know why Tianqin Laozu's expression changed, but he still solemnly thanked Tianqin Laozu for everything she had done for him in the perished archipelago. Then Lu Ping narrated what he had seen and heard in the secret plane. Of course, Lu Ping didn't say anything about the Longhuai ancestor. He only told Tianqin Laozu, Spiritual Master Xian Shu, and Spiritual Master Xian Sen that the secret plane could trigger an opportunity to advance to the late stage of core forging realm, as well as the possibility of producing myriad wonder dew, living soil, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After listening to Lu Ping's narration, Tianqin Laozu's expression didn't change, but she didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. Spiritual Master Xian Shu and Spiritual Master Xian Sen were surprised by the news that Lu Ping brought back, especially when they heard that Xian Ling sect, under the leadership of the Crystal Palace, had also participated in this trip to the secret plane. Their faces were even more worried. Xian Ling sect's matter is nothing to worry about. Whether a sect can develop and grow has never depended on external forces. Although Dao Yang participated in the Crystal Palace's operation, with Dao Yang's identity, how many benefits will the Crystal Palace give him? Spiritual Master Xian Sen pondered for a moment and said, What Senior Sister Tianqin said is true, but the Crystal Palace is rich and overbearing. If they really support Xian Ling sect, they don't need to support Xian Ling sect to become the #1 sect in the North Sea. They only need to let Xian Ling sect keep harassing our sect, making it impossible for us to develop normally, and their goal will be achieved. Now, in addition to the Crystal Palace's blatant intervention in the North Sea's affairs, there seem to be forces in the Middle Earth and the South Sea. The Blue Sea sect and the Blue Waves sect merged and became the third largest sect in the North Sea. At this time, the situation in the North Sea can be said to be unpredictable. Zhenling, can be said to be treading on thin ice in the North Sea. Chapter 573. I just don't know who the late core forging adept from Xian Ling sect who followed Dao Yang into the fallen archipelago is. I also don't know if this person has already made use of the opportunity provided by the secret land to break through his cultivation. I also don't know how much Xian Ling sect has gained from following the Crystal Palace in the secret land. Compared to Xian Sen, enlightened Master Xian Shu was more concerned about Xian Ling sect's gains. Haha, just as enlightened Master Xian Shu and enlightened Master Xian Sen were worried about the situation in the North Sea because of the alliance between Xian Ling sect and the Crystal Palace, Lyra Laozu, who was sitting in the upper seat, suddenly laughed out loud. Enlightened Master Xian Shu hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, Junior sister, why are you laughing? Have you thought of a countermeasure? Lyra Laozu giggled and said, We don't need to worry about these things. She, Liu Tianling, is now a Dharma adept and a deacon of our sect. Naturally, she exercises the power of the sect leader. Of course, it's her turn to worry about these things. What does it have to do with us? Enlightened Master Xian Shu was stunned by Lyra Laozu's words and did not know how to answer. Enlightened Master Xian Sen smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Lu Ping sat expressionlessly at the lower seat, as if he did not hear what was said at all. Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, Is there anything else? Lu Ping bowed to Lyra Laozu very solemnly and said, I wonder if Uncle Master has a wood-based, low-grade earth-level spirit item. Lyra Laozu raised her head and glanced at Lu Ping, then asked casually, "Why, do you want it?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't dare to reap without sowing. I want to trade." Tianqin Laozu smiled casually and said, "It seems that you were lucky enough to survive the fallen archipelago and obtained some treasures." "That's right. I heard that you have the reputation of the treasure boy in our sect. Relying on Liu Tianling's support, you learned a few spells and abilities. Among the third-generation disciples, you opened up a small Huangli island and even managed to invite the hypocrite Jiang Tianlin to oversee it. If that's the case, then it's naturally very easy to exchange for a low earth level spirit item." Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Lu Ping pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Lyra Laozu's words. When Tianqin Laozu saw that Lu Ping didn't respond to her provocation, she immediately felt bored and asked, "What do you want to trade? If it's also a low earth level spirit item, then it's better not to open your mouth. This Laozu doesn't care about low earth level spirit items." Lu Ping had 2 portions of the Heaven Gang golden liquid in his hands. It was a low earth level metal attribute spirit item. It was suitable to exchange 1 portion for a wood attribute spirit item of the same grade. Unexpectedly, when Tianqin Laozu said this, Lu Ping didn't expect it. Lu Ping looked up and found that Tianqin Laozu was looking at Lu Ping with interest. His eyes flashed with ridicule. Obviously, he was deliberately making things difficult for him. At the side, Spiritual Master Shen Shu and Spiritual Master Shen Sen also had smiles on their faces. Their expressions actually had a trace of anticipation. It was obvious that they also wanted to see if Lu Ping could take out an item that would interest Fa Xiong Laozu. Lu Ping thought about it. After entering the fallen Great Archipelago, especially after meeting the Longhuai ancestor in the secret ground, he had plenty of treasures that could be exchanged for an earth-level spirit item. He believed that whether it was 1 or 2 drops of Wonder Dew, or half a bottle of amethyst royal jelly, Lu Ping believed that Tianqin Laozu would have no reason to refuse. Lu Ping's divine perception went back and forth between the storage ring and the golden house a few times. His divine perception suddenly locked onto an item, and his eyes instantly lit up. He thought to himself, "How can I almost forget about this item?" With a plan in mind, Lu Ping immediately chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, why don't you take a look at this item?" Spiritual Master Shen Shu and Spiritual Master Shen Sen looked over and saw Lu Ping taking out a piece of yellow ore that was the size of a skull and had a metallic luster. For a moment, they couldn't recognize the origin of this item. When Tianqin Laozu saw Lu Ping taking out the ore, his eyes shot out a ray of light. There was a flash of joy on his face as he asked in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to actually have this item. Where did you get it?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "This disciple is also lucky. This disciple was collecting spirit herbs in the fallen Great Archipelago's sea region by accident." Spiritual Master Shen Shu was speechless and said, "Martial Nephew Lu, you are actually able to enter the fallen Great Archipelago's sea region? Only Fa Xiong Laozu can infiltrate that place for a long time." There wasn't much surprise on Tianqin Laozu's face because Lu Ping used the tiger's might to scare away Eastern Pole Laozu and helped Tianqin Laozu get rid of Eastern Pole Laozu's entanglement. At that time, Lu Ping was at the bottom of the fallen Great Archipelago. Without waiting for Lu Ping to reply, Spiritual Master Shen Sen suddenly let out an R and said, "I remember now. This 1000 sand copper is an essential item to refine a top-grade alchemy furnace. Although its rank isn't high, it is extremely rare. Its value isn't below that of an earth-grade spirit item. Using this item to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item is more than enough." Spiritual Master Shen Sen's last sentence was actually directed at Tianqin Laozu. How could Tianqin Laozu not understand the meaning behind Spiritual Master Shen Sen's words? He glanced at Spiritual Master Shen Sen and said, "Junior brother Shen Sen, I know that this brat has done you a great favor, but there is no need to speak up for him so blatantly." Spiritual Master Shen Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Shen Sen, but there wasn't much embarrassment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "This brat has a lover who is senior sister Shen Chen's favorite disciple. She has always been managing Huangli Island for him. Right now, She is also at the third layer of the core forging realm. I'm afraid that this brat is preparing for a rainy day to please a beauty. Spiritual Master Shen Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Shen Sen, and a rare blush appeared on his face. Tianqin Laozu let out an "oh" sound and indifferently looked at Lu Ping. She said, "Our sect originally had 3 top-grade alchemy furnaces. Unfortunately, one of them had been used for a long time and suffered heavy damage during an attempt to upgrade it to a magic treasure. All these years, we haven't been able to repair it. It is precisely because we lack a high-quality 1000 sand copper. Your 1000 sand copper ore came at the right time. Once this top-grade alchemy furnace is repaired, our sect's foundation will increase by another level." Lu Ping's heart was filled with joy. Tianqin Laozu had agreed to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item with him. However, Tianqin Laozu's words caused Lu Ping to unconsciously frown. Seeing this, Tianqin Laozu's expression became even more playful. He said, "The value of this piece of 1000 sand copper far exceeds that of a low-grade earth-grade spirit item. Since you insist on exchanging for it, Martial Uncle can't discourage this junior's enthusiasm for serving the sect. Here is a piece of heavy crow wood. It's even more valuable than a normal piece of heavy crow wood. Take it and give it to your little lover." Lu Ping handed the 1000 sand copper over to Tianqin Laozu. Then, he carefully placed the heavy crow wood into a jade box. After pasting a spirit sealing talisman on the outside, he stored it in his storage ring. Tianqin Laozu also roughly recounted his experiences on the Fallen Archipelago to perfected Shen Sen and perfected Shen Shu. When they heard that Tianqin Laozu had actually obtained a heaven-grade spirit item, the Shentian Evil Wood, in the Fallen Archipelago, the two were overjoyed. Especially perfected Shen Sen, who even had a hint of excitement on his face. Perfected Shen Sen practiced a wood attribute technique. The Shentian Evil Wood was the most suitable for him to condense a high-grade golden core. However, if he wanted to deal with a heaven-grade spirit item, he usually had to obtain the approval of the few Laozu in the sect. After all, perfected Shen Sen was still quite a distance away from the great completion of the 9th stage of the core forging realm. There were still many variables in the process. This piece of Shentian Evil Wood could only be said to give him the greatest hope of obtaining it. After hearing that the easternmost Laozu had chased after Tianqin because of the Shentian Evil Wood, but had been forced to retreat by Lu Ping, who pretended to be a Dharma adept, the two looked at Lu Ping with increasingly strange gazes. This made Lu Ping feel rather helpless. During the battle between the easternmost Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, the underwater volcano had exploded. During that time, the high-grade earth-grade spirit item, the earthly blood flame, was also obtained by Tianqin Laozu. Perfected Shen Shu laughed and said, "The earthly blood flame? Junior sister is really lucky." In this way, the spirit item that Shen Hui needs to smelt to advance to the late core forging realm will be settled. While the few of them were talking about the earthly blood flame, Lu Ping's divine will entered the House of Gold. In a valley behind the little lonely mountain, a bright red flame was slowly burning. If Tianqin Laozu was here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this bright red flame was the earthly blood flame that had erupted from underground along with the earthly blood flame. At this time, Lu Qina was happily dancing around this earthly blood flame. This was because Lu Ping had previously promised Lu Qina that he would use this earthly blood flame to smelt her shield of vigor. However, this earthly blood flame and the earthly blood flame had been brewing underground for many years before it was accidentally ignited during the battle between Tianqin Laozu and the easternmost Laozu. The essence of the flame contained within it was something that Lu Qina, who had inherited from Yang Wujiu, could not completely refine. When Spiritual Master Shen Shu and Spiritual Master Shen Sen heard Tianqin Laozu say that she and Lu Ping, who was pretending to be a Dharma adept, helped the Heavenly Moon sect and the Carefree sect confront the Yuan clan, and obtained a high-grade earthly level wind attribute spirit item. Although the two of them felt a little regretful, they still smiled and said, "Senior sister's trip to the fallen Great Islands can be said to be fruitful. This whirlwind feather is really lucky for Zhong Shenbei." This time, among the third-generation disciples at the peak of the 6th level of the core forging realm, 5 of them have obtained suitable spirit items to advance to the late core forging realm. I believe that before long, Our sect will have 5 more late core forging realm adept. After coming out of the cave, senior sister Li Xuanru walked over and gave Lu Ping a jade slip, saying, "This is what junior brother Shenchu asked me to give to you." After giving me this jade slip, he hurriedly left. Lu Ping looked through the contents of the jade slip, then raised his head and said, "I need to return to Soundwave Island as soon as possible." Chapter 574. Lu Ping didn't hide the faction he established in the fallen mystic realm from the sect. He even got Tian Xiong Laozu's secret support, even though Lu Ping's faction was just one of the 72 small factions under the Northern Alliance. Li Xuanru heard Lu Ping's urgency and quickly asked, "Did something happen on the island? Do you need me to go with you? Should I inform Jingzhe Island's Uncle Master Tian Xiong and the seniors of our sect?" Lu Ping was touched, but he shook his head and smiled. "Senior apprentice sister, it's not that serious. It's an old friend who came to visit. I've received his kindness in the past, so I can't be impolite. I should welcome him personally." It had been a few decades since Kai Lianying left Listening Waves Island. Kai Lianying stuck to the plan Lu Ping set before he left, keeping a low profile and doing his best to manage the island. After a few decades, Kai Lianying and the others had managed Listening Waves Island and the nearby islands to a thriving state. With the alchemy grandmaster Yu Jiangrui, the cultivators on Listening Waves Island had also established a relatively complete cultivation system. On this day, a streak of light arrived outside Soundwave Island. Several cultivators patrolling outside the island immediately stopped in the sky and looked at the streak of light that had slowed down and was slowly descending towards them. When a young cultivator in his 20s walked out from the light, the patrolling cultivator scanned him with his divine sense. His face turned solemn and he quickly bowed. "Greetings, Senior. May I know why Senior is here on Soundwave Island? I can report to my superiors." Lu Ping looked at the cultivators in front of him. They were all blood condensation cultivators. The leader was at mid-blood condensation while the other 4 were early blood condensation cultivators. Zhong Tu, a cultivator with a delicate face, suddenly appeared behind the leader. He pointed at Lu Ping and said excitedly, He's the Island Lord." "Island Lord?" Not only Zhong Tu, but the other cultivators also looked at Lu Ping in surprise. "Island Lord? No way, I heard our Soundwave Island Lord has been traveling the world for decades. Scarlet Serpent Fairy has always been in charge of the island. Little Sima, are you sure this is the Island Lord?" Lu Ping looked at the young cultivator in front of him and smiled. "Little Sima, I didn't expect it to be you. Didn't I arrange for you to be an apprentice in the Li clan's spirit herb shop? Why are you here on Soundwave Island?" The one who recognized Lu Ping was Lu Ping's young guide boy, Little Sima. At the time, Little Sima was only 6 or 7 years old, but his mind was very clear. He always wanted to learn skills from Lu Ping, but Lu Ping didn't like Little Sima's shrewdness at such a young age. Thus, he only casually passed on some knowledge of spirit herbs to him and asked the Li clan to arrange a position for him as a clerk in a spirit herb shop. This could be considered as giving him a starting point. As Little Sima saw that Lu Ping actually recognized him, he trembled with excitement. He quickly bowed and said, "Several years ago when the Carefree faction was established, the Li clan joined the Carefree faction. The entire clan moved to Carefree Island where the Carefree faction was founded. This junior is only an apprentice and doesn't have the qualifications to follow the Li clan to Carefree Island. This junior knows that Soundwave Island is the influence that Senior established, so I decided to join Senior." As Lu Ping heard Little Sima's words, he was surprised. The Li clan actually left Three Family Island? Does that mean that the forces sent by the Carefree faction are now stationed on Three Family Island? Little Sima said with admiration, "That's right. Currently, the Carefree faction has established a Carefree pavilion on Three Family Island. There are 2 core forging realm cultivators and over 20 blood condensation realm cultivators guarding the territory of the Li clan." Lu Ping nodded. He turned to the cultivator leading the group of 5 and said, "Go and tell Kai Lianying that we have returned." The cultivator leading the group bowed towards Lu Ping and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he turned and flew towards Soundwave Island. Soundwave Island was originally the name of the 18 small islands in the periphery of the fallen mystic realm. However, after Lu Ping expelled the Wang clan's forces from Kangling Island, Lu Ping moved his clan's base to Kangling Island. Thus, Kangling Island was renamed Soundwave Island. A moment later, dozens of rays of light suddenly rose from Soundwave Island and flew towards Lu Ping. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. These dozens of rays of light were led by Hong Ying, Yi Buqi, Wu Yang, and the others. They were all the original members of Lu Ping's group. Currently, Hong Ying and Yi Buqi were both at Core Forging Realm Level 2. However, Yi Buqi had obviously caught up and was not far from breaking through to Core Forging Realm Level 3. Wu Yang was still at Core Forging Realm Level 1. With his aptitude, it was already Lu Ping's special method that allowed him to advance to Core Forging Realm. If he wanted to advance further, it was almost impossible for him to rely on his own hard work. Among Yi Buqi's 6 brothers, 2 had also advanced to Core Forging Realm, which made Lu Ping feel very gratified. From afar, everyone saw Lu Ping hovering in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Hong Ying and Wu Yang were overjoyed. They hurriedly stepped forward and kowtowed, saying, "Greetings, Master. We haven't seen each other for decades. Is Master well?" Lu Ping chuckled and waved his sleeves. Hong Ying and the others suddenly felt their bodies being lifted by an irresistible force. In their hearts, they were even more in awe of Lu Ping's unfathomable strength. Lu Ping walked forward, and Yi Buqi also hurriedly saluted. Lu Ping looked at Yi Buqi and said, "Your cultivation is about to break through to Core Forging Realm Level 3. Not bad. You cultivate a metal attribute cultivation method. If you reach the peak of Core Forging Realm, I will give you an opportunity to see if you can advance to Core Forging Realm Level 2. If you can advance to Core Forging Realm Level 2, I will recommend you to our sect as an outer disciple." Hong Ying and Yi Buqi's brothers revealed envious expressions. Only Wu Yang's expression was calm. He knew that he couldn't even advance to the Core Forging stage. Now, he was lucky enough to advance to the Core Forging stage. As for advancing to the Mid-Core Forging stage, Wu Yang had never thought about it. Since Lu Ping had such a guarantee, the opportunity Lu Ping was talking about naturally referred to the Heaven and Earth Spirit Treasure. Advancing to Core Forging Realm Level 2 and becoming Zhenling's outer disciple meant that Lu Ping would remove the restriction placed on Yi Buqi's divine sense and restore his freedom. In the past, Lu Ping built Soundwave's Island with his bare hands, but he didn't have anyone he could trust. He could only use Hong Ying, Wu Yang, Yi Buqi, and the others to plant restrictions in their divine senses using a secret technique. He controlled their lives so that Lu Ping could command them without worry. Now, Lu Ping's cultivation was gradually increasing. With the help of Kai Lianying and Yin Shenchu, he was able to control Soundwave's Island more and more easily. Hong Ying and the others had also completely integrated into Lu Ping's system. Lu Ping was not afraid that after he removed the restriction on them, they would have second thoughts again. When he arrived at Soundwave's Island, Kai Lianying, Yin Shenchu, and Yu Zhongrui were already waiting outside the cave residence. When Lu Ping saw Yu Zhongrui, he laughed and said, "Brother Yu, the 10-year period has long passed, but Brother Yu still stayed. I can't thank you enough." Yu Zhongrui smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I can stay on the island completely because of Miss Kai Lianying. Now, not only me, but even the younger generation of my family has come to Soundwave's Island. My Yu clan is already a part of Soundwave's Island." Lu Ping looked at Kai Lianying with admiration, but he still said to Yu Zhongrui, "In any case, Brother Yu, as an alchemy grandmaster, joining a small force like Soundwave's Island is more or less a waste of your talent." After exchanging greetings, Kai Lianying sent everyone away to perform their duties, leaving only Yu Zhongrui, Yin Shenchu, Hong Ying, and the other high-level cultivators of Soundwave's Island. Only then did Lu Ping ask, "Where is he? How long has he been here?" Kai Lianying said, "He arrived at Soundwave's Island after the Phantom Auction and has been staying on Soundwave's Island ever since. When we received the news from Hong Ying, You should have just entered the fallen archipelago. However, he has not left Soundwaves Island and has been waiting for you to return. Lu Ping nodded and took the lead to walk into the cave mansion. As soon as Lu Ping stepped into the cave mansion, a wave of spiritual qi hit him in the face. Lu Ping sensed it for a while and said in surprise, "What a rich spiritual qi. There must be more than 3 small spiritual veins in the cave mansion, right?" Kai Lianing giggled and said, "A total of 4, one of which is specially led to the secret room where that person is." Wu Yang also chimed in at this time. "Our Listening Waves Island has been developing steadily over the years. Not only do we have 4 small spiritual veins on the island, but the other mini islands under our control have also cultivated at least 1 small spiritual vein each. Now, the mini islands under our jurisdiction have become famous treasure islands in the periphery of the fallen secret land. Not bad." Lu Ping smiled with satisfaction. As they spoke, they arrived outside a secret room in the cave mansion. This was the secret room that Lu Ping used when he was on Soundwaves Island. Lu Ping looked at the few people behind him, and Kai Lianing and the others all left. Lu Ping turned to the door of the secret room and said loudly, "Senior, are you inside?" "Junior Lu Ping is here." "Oh," a hearty laugh came from the secret room. "Lu Xiaoyu is here. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Ping reached out and pushed the stone door open. A heat wave that could turn ordinary people into ashes rushed out from the secret room. A layer of dark blue light immediately appeared on the surface of Lu Ping's body. The incandescent heat wave rushed in front of Lu Ping and was immediately blocked by the blue light. It could not hurt Lu Ping at all. The incandescent heat wave rushed out from the stone door. Although it could not hurt Lu Ping, the heat wave raged and the entire passageway was instantly shrouded in high temperature. The blue light on the surface of Lu Ping's body surged and a cool feeling spread out. A layer of white fog immediately filled the cave mansion. The heat wave that rushed out from the secret room was immediately suppressed and shrank back into the secret room. "I haven't seen you for decades. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations." An old man wearing a feather robe was sitting cross-legged opposite the stone door of the secret room. In front of him was a meter-long pill cauldron that was emitting white smoke. Chapter 575. Senior Yang, you've come from afar. I've failed to welcome you and wasted so much of your time. I hope Senior won't blame me for my lack of manners. The old man in front of him was the alchemist of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yang Wujiu, who had entrusted Luanyu to Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping could tell from Yang Wujiu's unfathomable aura that this demon alchemist had long since advanced to the Dharma stage. I must congratulate Senior for successfully advancing to the Dharma stage and becoming a Dharma Laozu. Yang Wujiu smiled at Lu Ping and said, "Let's wait for half a day and wait for the old man to finish refining this cauldron of elixirs." Lu Ping heard this and sat cross-legged to the side, at the same time focusing all his attention on Yang Wujiu Laozu refining elixirs. This cauldron of elixirs should be at the final stage of solidification, but Yang Wujiu said that he still needed half a day to finish. Lu Ping knew that this cauldron of elixirs should be Dharma stage elixirs, otherwise, the final stage of alchemy would definitely not last for so long. Lu Ping thought for a moment and reached out to draw a line in front of him. A golden door appeared, and Luanyu walked out from the door with some confusion. He raised his head just in time to see Yang Wujiu smiling at him. Luanyu's expression immediately became excited. Lu Ping saw this from the side and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. At this time, Luanyu noticed that the 1-meter-tall cauldron in front of Yang Wujiu was spitting out a thick white mist. At this time, Yang Wujiu and Laozu could not disturb him. Luanyu finally calmed his emotions and sat down with Lu Ping in the secret room to observe Yang Wujiu Laozu refining elixirs. At this time, Lu Ping's alchemy skills were only a step away from becoming an alchemy grandmaster. Watching Yang Wujiu refine a Dharma adept pill was like a timely rain to Lu Ping. Although Luanyu's alchemy skills were not as good as Lu Ping's, watching an alchemy grandmaster refine pills was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. To Luanyu, this was also a great benefit. Half a day later, Yang Wujiu stretched out his palm and patted the bright red pill furnace in front of him. A muffled sound suddenly came from the pill furnace, and its lid flew up. A few clear whistles came from the pill furnace, and 5 pills of different colors flew out from the pill furnace in a row, flying in different directions. Yang Wujiu Laozu had long set up a net of restrictive spells around the secret room before opening the pill furnace. However, in the instant that these pills were blocked by the restrictive spells, a flame suddenly ignited on the surface of each pill. The flame rushed towards the invisible restrictive spells, and actually burned the restrictive spells to the point that they continuously emitted crackling sounds. However, these restrictive spells had clearly been specially reinforced by Yang Wujiu Laozu. Although the power of the small flames that ignited on the surface of the pills was not any weaker than a spirit fire of heaven and earth, they did not have much power to carry on, and were unable to burn through the restrictive spells at all. After each pill exploded into flames, the different colors that had originally been on the surface of each pill suddenly disappeared, and all 5 pills returned to their original silvery white luster. Lu Ping knew that the burning flames were the last bit of poison that was contained within the Dharma stage pills. Dharma stage pills were different from other types of pills. Dharma stage pills were known as spotless, but it was extremely difficult to make every single pill completely spotless. Thus, some alchemists came up with this method. When a Dharma stage pill was about to escape from the furnace, they would purposely infuse a bit of the power of the spirit fire into the medicinal poison that had already been refined by the alchemist. Then, using the external force of the pill's attack on the restrictive spells, the power of the spirit fire would cause the medicinal poison to erupt out, and the pill itself would be cleansed. Of course, in this way, the power of the elixir would also increase greatly when it escaped from the furnace. If the barrier that the alchemist had set up could not stop the impact of the elixir, then the alchemist could only watch as the elixir of the Dharma stage escaped and slowly dissipated in the world. Yang Wujiu Laozu calmly took out a jade bottle from his storage ritual implement, formed a spell with both hands, and shouted clearly, "Keep." The jade bottle suddenly emitted a suction force, and the 5 pills that were rushing out seemed to be suddenly drawn in. The pills that were rushing out with all their might slowly retreated back into the jade bottle. After keeping the 5 pills, Yang Wujiu Laozu plugged the mouth of the jade bottle, and used a few spells to seal the bottle before keeping the jade bottle. Immediately afterward, Yang Wujiu Laozu pointed at the pill furnace on the ground, and the top-grade pill furnace suddenly shrank to the size of a palm. Yang Wujiu Laozu then drew a line in front of him, and a pitch-black hole appeared, and the pill furnace immediately disappeared into the hole. At the same time that the pill furnace disappeared, a white fire seed the size of an egg was left behind. Lu Ping couldn't clearly see the grade of this fire seed, but Lu Ping knew that this fire seed's grade was definitely not lower than a heaven-tier spirit item. The fire seed flew up, and Yang Wujiu Laozu swallowed it in one gulp. Luan Yu hurriedly stepped forward to greet Yang Wujiu. Yang Wujiu Laozu looked at Luan Yu in front of him, and he was pleasantly surprised, but also a little worried. He asked, "In just a few short decades, your cultivation has actually reached the 4th stage of the core forging realm. What kind of spirit item did you fuse with when you reached the mid-stage of the core forging realm?" Luan Yu smiled and said, "When this disciple broke through, I fused with a low-grade earth-tier spirit item that I obtained from Brother Lu. Although it is not enough, it is more than half." "Only a low-grade earth-tier spirit item?" Yang Wujiu's expression was a little disappointed, but he quickly smiled and said, "Although a low-grade earth-tier spirit item is a little unsatisfactory, it is barely enough. This time, I originally brought a mid-grade earth-tier spirit item for you to smelt. Obviously, it is no longer of use now, but I also refined a few elixirs that can help cultivators smelt high-grade spirit items. Although they are far from being comparable to the famous spirit forging elixir that shook the world of cultivation, they are still not bad in the world of cultivation. With the help of these 3 elixirs, you can further slow down your cultivation speed and focus more on strengthening your foundation. Although it may take twice the effort for half the result, when you truly reach the peak of the 6th stage of the core forging realm, you will be able to fight to smelt 2 high-grade earth-tier spirit items. This way, when you reach the peak of the core forging realm, you will be able to smelt a mid-grade heaven-tier spirit item and form an 8th grade golden elixir or above. Only then will you have a chance to glimpse the late Dharma stage in the future. Luan Yu saw that Yang Wujiu was a little disappointed because he had smelted a low-grade earth-tier spirit item in advance, but he did not blame him in the slightest. Instead, he was even more cautious in planning for his own cultivation. Luan Yu was even more moved in her heart, but she still smiled and said, "Granduncle, do you know what the low-grade earth-tier spirit item that I smelted was?" Yang Wujiu's expression froze, and he blurted out, "What spirit item was it?" Luan Yu glanced at Lu Ping, who had fallen into deep thought while watching Yang Wujiu refine elixirs, and said, "It was the psychic wood that Brother Lu gave me." Psychic wood? Yang Wujiu Laozu was stunned at first, and then he was a little unconvinced. He asked again, "Is it really the psychic wood?" Although it is a low-grade earth-tier spirit item, it is very rare in the world of cultivation. Seeing Luan Yu nod solemnly, Yang Wujiu Laozu was instantly overjoyed. He said, "It really is the psychic wood. The psychic wood has a great effect on us demons, and it is even more beneficial to the Wood Luan clan. You have refined a large portion of the psychic wood, and its effect is even greater than that of a mid-grade earth-tier spirit item." Yang Wujiu turned around and glanced at Lu Ping. Coincidentally, Lu Ping had just woken up from his deep thought while watching Yang Wujiu refine elixirs, and happened to hear Yang Wujiu's words. Seeing that Yang Wujiu was looking at him with a grateful expression, Lu Ping smiled and said, "To a human cultivator, the psychic wood is only a low-grade earth-tier spirit item. However, to Brother Luan, it is incomparably important. This junior can clearly see the crux of the matter, and the psychic wood is most suitable to be given to Brother Luan." Yang Wujiu waved his hand and said with a smile, "All these years, the old man has left Luan Yu in Lu Xiaoyu's care because he has been in closed-door cultivation to break through to the transcendent stage. Not to mention this favor, I didn't think that Lu Xiaoyu would actually find the psychic wood for him, allowing him to smoothly advance to the mid-core forging stage. This kind of cultivation speed is far beyond the old man's expectations. Originally, the old man had planned to give the mid-grade earth-tier wood attribute spirit item that he had brought with him to Little Friend as a way to repay the favor of finding the psychic wood for Luan Yu. But now, it seems that the old man is too shallow. Lu Ping promptly said with a smile, "Senior doesn't need to be like this. Luan Yu is this junior's best friend. Not to mention, whether it is in alchemy or looking after the spirit herb garden, Brother Luan has helped this junior greatly. This junior should gift the psychic wood to Brother Luan." Yang Wujiu solemnly said, "It is precisely because of this that the old man has to thank Little Friend even more. Since Little Friend knows that Luan Yu knows how to look after the spirit herb garden, I presume that you also understand the reason for the Wood Luan clan's extinction. Little Friend was able to resist this kind of temptation and even became good friends with him. This makes the old man admire you even more." Yang Wujiu's words caused Lu Ping to blush with shame. Just as he was about to reply modestly, he saw Yang Wujiu ponder for a moment. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping. Immediately after, a scarlet-red flame, like a flowing red liquid, suddenly jumped out of the pitch-black hole. Seeing the scarlet-red flame appear, Lu Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. He then heard Yang Wujiu ask Laozu with a smile, "Lu Xiaoyu, do you recognize this flame?" Lu Ping had already recognized the flame the moment it appeared. Hearing Yang Wujiu's question, Lu Ping still pondered for a moment, then said, "If this junior is not mistaken, this flame should be a high-grade earth-level scarlet spirit flame. This kind of flame seems to flow like a flowing liquid, and its fire attribute is relatively mild. It is precisely a kind of flame suitable for alchemy." Yang Wujiu chuckled and said, "This flame was originally a flame that the old man often used before he entered the Dharma adept stage. Now, the old man rarely uses it. Now, how about this old man gift it to Little Friend?" Lu Ping was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "How can this be? This item is too precious, this junior cannot accept it." Yang Wujiu smiled, saying, "This item can be considered the old man's reward for asking Little Friend to look after an old friend. Moreover, the old man still has a request." Hearing this, Lu Ping was taken aback. He said, "What other requests does Senior have?" If this junior can help, then of course I will not refuse. Chapter 576. Lu Ping stared blankly for a moment before replying, "What other instructions does senior have for me? If I can help you, I will not refuse." Yang Wujiu thought for a moment before saying, "I wonder if little Qin is here? The old man would like to see her first." Lu Ping opened the golden door of the House of Gold and called out Lu Qin, who was singing on top of the spirit demon peach tree. Lu Qin was originally unhappy that Lu Ping had suddenly called her out from the House of Gold. However, when she raised her head and saw Yang Wujiu Laozu, she exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa Yang, why have you come? Are you here to see little Qin?" Yang Wujiu looked at Lu Qin, who had run up to him and was looking up at him with her big eyes. His face immediately revealed a loving expression as he rubbed Lu Qin's head and said with a smile, "Grandpa naturally came to see little Qin. I haven't seen her in such a short time, but little Qin has already transformed into a beautiful little girl. Her cultivation is at the 3rd layer of the core forging realm and she is about to advance to the mid-core forging realm. It just so happens that Grandpa found a good treasure for little Qin this time. It will be suitable for little Qin to advance to the mid-core forging realm." Lu Qin was naive. When she heard Yang Wujiu's words, she immediately jumped up in joy and asked, "Grandpa, what gift is it?" Yang Wujiu smiled as he extended his palm towards Lu Qin. However, his palm was empty. Lu Qin looked at Yang Wujiu with a puzzled expression. However, she only saw him faintly smile as he suddenly flipped his palm up and down. In his hand, there was a flame that was constantly swaying in all directions. Although Lu Qin was naive, she had followed Lu Ping for many years. Under the influence of what she had seen and heard, she still had some knowledge. Looking at the swaying flame, Lu Qin thought for a moment and suddenly said with joy, "Is this a wind and fire dual attribute heaven and earth spiritual object?" Yang Wujiu laughed heartily and said, "Now that I've reached the Dharma stage, the first thing I'll do is take this fire of the wind from the Fire Phoenix clan's treasury. I'll give my little Qin a decent present." Lu Qin took the wind flame from Yang Wujiu's hands and carefully placed it on a small spirit gathering plate. There were 4 upper-grade spirit stones embedded on the sides of the plate, and Lu Qin put it into her own storage artifact. Lu Qin should be the descendant of a Wind Luan and a Fire Luan. She had inherited the bloodline of both Wind Luan and Fire Luan. Thus, the wind flame was a low-grade earth-step spirit treasure that was a fusion of the wind and fire attributes. It was perfect for Lu Qin to advance to the mid-core forging realm. Lu Ping watched as Lu Qin put away the spirit item, then said to Yang Wujiu, "Senior has gone through a lot of trouble for little Qin. This kind of dual attribute spirit item is extremely rare in the world of cultivation. For little Qin, this spirit item is much more important than simply giving her a mid-grade earth-step fire attribute spirit item or a wind attribute spirit item of the same level." Yang Wujiu shook his head and said, "Since the ancient times, cultivators who cultivated 2 or more elements at the same time had the greatest difficulty in cultivation due to the distraction. Moreover, although this kind of cultivator's advantage in battle lies in the flexibility of their techniques and abilities, making it difficult for their opponents to deal with them, their disadvantage is often even more obvious. That is because cultivating 2 or even 3 elements at the same time dilutes the true essence and magic power within the body, making it difficult for a cultivator to last long in battle." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Little Qin was born with a dual attribute bloodline. This is something that can't be helped, and no one can change it. If we force her to choose only one path of cultivation, it will instead annihilate her nature. It's better to allow her nature to develop, and perhaps in the future, she might be able to walk a unique path." Yang Wujiu lightly sighed and said, "This is the only way. I hope that this child's future will be smooth sailing." Hearing Yang Wujiu's sigh, Lu Ping was silent for a long time, then he asked, "What senior said just now, is it related to little Qin?" Yang Wujiu pondered for a moment, then said, "That's right. This time, the old man has come to see you, not only to take Luan Yu away, but also to bring little Qin back to the clan. I hope that she will be able to obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval." Lu Qina, who was originally chattering with Luanyu, was immediately startled when she heard Yang Wuzhou's words, then immediately said, "I'm not going." Lu Ping looked at the angry Lu Qina, then asked, "Senior, are you only going to bring little Qina back to the Fire Phoenix clan to acknowledge her ancestors? Does Senior know who little Qina's parents are? Are they members of the Fire Phoenix clan? Will little Qina be able to obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval if she returns to the clan? If little Qina returns to the Fire Phoenix clan, will she be able to come out again?" Yang Wuzhou was a bit stunned by Lu Ping's series of questions. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Lu Ping sighed and said, "Please don't blame me, Senior. Little Qina has been with me since childhood, and this junior has always viewed her as a younger sister. If there isn't a complete guarantee, this junior will definitely not allow little Qina to go." Yang Wuzhou thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The old man does indeed want little Qina to obtain the clan's approval and become a member of the Fire Phoenix clan. But now it seems that the old man's thinking was too simple, too one-sided. However, if little Qina doesn't want to delay her cultivation in the future, it would be best for her to return to the Fire Spirit Island after she reaches the late core forging stage. Lu Ping was a bit puzzled. Why is that? Yang Wuzhou explained to Lu Ping, "Do you think that the top-level Yarrow clan cultivates solely by relying on their inherited memories?" Seeing Lu Ping's somewhat surprised expression, Yang Wuzhou continued, "The inheritance of the top-level Yarrow clan is actually divided into two parts. One part naturally exists within the inherited memories, and this part includes the detailed cultivation process of the Yarrow clan from the opening of the inherited memories all the way to the late core forging stage. However, once the top-level Yarrow clan reaches the transcendent stage, the inheritance will be divided into two parts. One part still exists within the Yarrow clan's inherited memories, and the other is stored in the clan's secret inheritance ground. Only the pure bloodline of the Yarrow clan can open the secret inheritance ground and receive the Yarrow clan's inheritance. Only by combining the two parts of the inheritance will one be able to obtain the complete Yarrow clan's inheritance." Hearing this, Lu Ping's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, is this the case for all the top-level Yarrow clan's inheritance ground, where the inheritance is divided into two parts after the transcendent stage? Most of them should be like this." Yang Wuzhou also said rather helplessly, "The location of the Wood Phoenix clan's inheritance ground should be in Luanyu's inherited memories. However, the Wood Phoenix clan's inheritance ground is located in an extremely dangerous place, and with Luanyu's current cultivation, it's difficult for her to reach it, so she needs the old man to escort her to the secret inheritance ground. In order for little Qina to enter the Fire Phoenix clan's inheritance ground, she must obtain the Fire Phoenix clan's approval. This is also the reason why the old man wants to take little Qina away in advance. Even if little Qina's identity as a Fire Phoenix clan member is not acknowledged at the beginning, with little Qina's talent in cultivation, as time passes, the clan members may accept little Qina." Lu Ping couldn't make a choice, and could only turn to look at Lu Qina, saying, "This matter should depend on little Qina's opinion. If little Qina is willing, she will follow Senior back to the Fire Phoenix clan. If not, when little Qina's cultivation reaches the late core forging stage, I will personally bring little Qina to the Fire Phoenix clan." Yang Wuzhou looked at Lu Ping's determined expression, and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, he finally said, "That's fine, let's see what little Qina thinks." As soon as Yang Wuzhou's voice fell, Lu Qina's stubborn voice sounded out, "I won't go back, I want to be with my brother." Yang Wuzhou shook his head and smiled bitterly. Luanyu's expression became somewhat downcast when she saw Lu Qina like this. She originally opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. However, it seemed that she had also made up her mind, and the somewhat lonely affection from before suddenly disappeared. In that case, when little Qina's cultivation reaches the late core forging stage, I will personally bring her to the Fire Phoenix clan's Fire Spirit Island. At that time, I will need Senior to take care of her. Outside of Hearing Waves Island, Lu Ping, Kai Lianying, Yin Xianchu and the others sent Yang Wuzhou and Luanyu off. As if suddenly remembering something, Yang Wuzhou said, "Lu Xiaoyu, That red spirit flame is a type of earth-level spirit flame that has been brewing for a long time in the Fire Phoenix clan's Fire Spirit Mountain on the Fire Spirit Island. In the cultivation world, it is unique to the Fire Phoenix clan. Therefore, it is best that you don't show it in front of others, aside from alchemy, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the end, Lu Ping accepted Yang Wuzhou's gift. He was currently in the critical stage of breaking through to the Grandmaster Alchemist realm. The mid-grade Earth-class Eastern Purple Chi Flame could barely help him concoct Avatar Realm medicinal pellets, so the high-grade Earth-class Crimson Spirit Flame was a timely help. However, Lu Ping also gave the Eastern Purple Chi Flame to Luan Yu. With Luan Yu's current alchemy skills, this mid-grade Earth-class Spirit Flame was just right for her. In fact, Luan Yu had borrowed Lu Ping's Eastern Purple Chi Flame several times before, so she was quite familiar with the flame. Originally, Lu Ping had planned to use this flame as a spirit item for Lu Qina to fuse with when she advanced to the mid-stage core forging stage. However, Lu Qina now had a more suitable wind flame, so Lu Ping decided to give the Eastern Purple Chi Flame to Luan Yu. Yang Wuzhou turned to look at Kai Lianying beside Lu Ping, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Lu Ping. Are you sure you don't need the old man to restore the appearance of your soulmate, whose appearance has been changed by the concealment secret technique? Lu Ping shook his head and said, regarding her matter, I already have some clues. The things involved may be quite complicated, but I think it may not be the right time yet. If I hastily restore her appearance, it will cause even more trouble in vain. After sending Yang Wuzhou away, Lu Ping stayed on Hearing Waves Island for 3 months to familiarize himself with the development of Hearing Waves Island over the years. Then, he began to send practitioners to various parts of the East Sea and began to collect information on the various forces of the East Sea. 3 months later, Wei Xuanhuan and Su Xianpeng came to Jingzhe Island with the instructions of Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, asking him to return to Jingzhe Island as soon as possible. Lu Ping personally set up the transmission array between Jingzhe Island and Hearing Waves Island. Then, he entrusted many matters to Kai Lianying and asked Yin Shenchu to assist. He also introduced Xiao Sima to Yu Zhongrui as an alchemy apprentice. After that, Lu Ping returned to Jingzhe Island alone. Chapter 577. As soon as Lu Ping arrived at Jingzhe Island from the teleportation array, he called over a disciple of Zhenling and asked him to lead him to the cave residences of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters. At this time, Zhenling and the others had all rushed back from Fantasy Spirit City. When Lu Ping saw Li Xuanru, he asked, Senior sister, do you know why Uncle Master Tianqin and Uncle Master Tianxiong called me back? Li Xuanru shook her head and said, I don't know about that, but recently, that person seemed to have received an invitation from the Carefree sect, inviting her to attend the grand ceremony of the Carefree sect's treasured ship. It is said that there are 2 invitations, one is hers, and the other should be Senior Uncle Tianxiong's. If it's the Carefree sect, they're really amazing. After knowing her identity, not only did they find the Jingling Island in such a short time, but they also included Senior Uncle Tianxiong in their calculations. When Lu Ping heard that there were 2 invitations from Carefree sect, he was stunned. Back then, when Lu Ping and Tianqin Laozu pretended to be Dharma phase cultivators, they even fooled the Carefree sect cultivators present. Could it be that the other invitation was for him? Otherwise, why would Tianqin Laozu and Uncle Master Tianxiong call him back from Hearing Waves Island in such a hurry? On Jingzhe Island, in Tianxiong Laozu's cave, Lu Ping saw Tianqin Laozu who had just returned from Fantasy Spirit City. After 3 months, Tianqin Laozu, who was originally seriously injured, looked much better. Tianqin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping, who had just entered the cave, and continued to report to Tianxiong Laozu about everything that happened in Fantasy Spirit City in the past 6 months. In just over half a year's time, the aura around Celestial Phenomenon Laozu grew more and more violent. At every moment, there would be waves of light and heavy pressure radiating out in all directions. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu was finding it increasingly difficult to control the aura around his body. It seemed that the tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage was imminent. However, From the fact that celestial phenomenon Laozu was still unwilling to trigger the tribulation until now, it was clear that he did not have much confidence in passing the tribulation. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful place in the fallen archipelago. The Crystal Palace obviously came prepared this time, but I didn't expect Xian Ling sect to be involved. The crux of the matter isn't how much benefits Xian Ling sect will get from following the Crystal Palace. The crux of the matter is that the Crystal Palace's actions have elevated Xian Ling sect to the circle of large forces and well-known aristocratic families in the cultivation world. In this way, Xian Ling sect's status in the cultivation world will be greatly elevated. Celestial phenomenon Laozu seemed a little worried. I'm afraid it will be difficult for our sect to be promoted to a second-class force this time, right? Tianqin Laozu's expression was a little solemn as she said, just as Uncle said, this time the overseas sects fought fiercely in Phantom City. But after all, our sect has 9 Dharma adepts, Laozu, and their growth in strength is obvious to all. Although the various sects are very reluctant, they can't openly trample on the rules set by all the sects. Therefore, our promotion to a second-class force is considered smooth. In the end, we are ranked 9th among the medium-sized sects, second to last among the second-class forces. But what makes the disciples feel uneasy is that Xian Ling sect, with the support of the Crystal Palace, has actually been promoted to a second-class force and even surpassed our sect, ranking 8th among the overseas medium-sized sects. Thinking of that old bastard Dao Yang's arrogant expression, I really want to go up and reason with him. In the North Sea, who doesn't know that our sect is now the real number 1 sect in the North Sea? Celestial phenomenon Laozu smiled slightly and said, it's just an empty title. Xian Ling sect has a great adept like Dao Sheng, so it's only natural that Xian Ling sect will be ranked ahead of our sect. With him standing in front of our sect, although it's glorious, it's also a shield. Tianqin Laozu smiled and said, Uncle is still the one who sees things clearly. Looking at your aura now, I'm afraid you're not far from breaking through to the late Dharma stage. At that time, our sect will have another great adept of the late Dharma stage. After 100 years, our sect can totally be promoted to a first-class force among the medium-sized sects. Even if that Dao Sheng holds the title of number 1 in the North Sea until he dies, Xian Ling sect will never be able to suppress our sect. Celestial phenomenon Laozu shook his head and said, don't be careless. Don't forget that there's still the Vast Sea sect. Speaking of the Vast Sea sect, we have to talk about the Carefree sect first. This time, the gathering of all the sects in the overseas training world in Phantom City attracted the most attention. One is that the Carefree sect wants to apply to become the 9th major sect in the overseas region. At the same time, they also want to take over the share of the Spirit Stone mine that was divided between the other 8 major forces and the Crystal Palace after the destruction of the Fei Ling sect. Although the sects can't deny the Carefree sect's qualification, the Crystal Palace and the other sects, on the grounds that the Carefree sect has not yet been recognized by the major sects in Central Plains and does not have a super long-distance teleportation portal that connects to the major sects in Central Plains, so the Carefree sect's qualification application has been delayed for 100 years. They will discuss the qualifications of the Carefree sect during the next overseas gathering. Oh, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu said with a smile, with the example of the Carefree Pavilion, it is difficult for the Vast Sea sect and the Vast Waves sect to regain the status of the Vast Sea sect among the 25 overseas forces. As Uncle Master expected, the merger of the 2 sects has not been recognized by the various sects in the overseas training world. Like the Carefree Pavilion, it was delayed until 100 years later to accept the application. The Carefree sect was affected by this. After the gathering of all the sects in Phantom City, they launched the treasure ship to the Central Plains. That's why the Carefree sect sent 2 invitations, inviting me to go to the Carefree sect with the 2 Laozu of our sect, Lu Tianping, to watch the Carefree sect's treasure ship sailing ceremony. After Lyra Laozu finished speaking, she giggled first. Then she told Celestial Phenomenon Laozu about how Lu Ping pretended to be Zhenling in the Fallen Archipelago. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu also smiled. After thinking for a moment, he said, the destination of the Carefree sect this time is the Tianyu sect. Among these 2 sects, One has been operating in the East Sea for a long time and has a hidden force that is unknown to the overseas training world. The other is a famous sect in the Central Plains, which is mainly made up of female cultivators. Being able to occupy a place in the Central Plains is already extraordinary. Even the Crystal Palace is very afraid of the alliance of these two sects. In this case, you can take Xian Ping to the Carefree sect and tell them clearly what happened. On the one hand, we can express our original intention of deceiving them that day, and on the other hand, we can convey the goodwill of Junling to them in order to build a good relationship between the two sects in the future. Lyra Laozu pointed at the stone armor on Lu Ping's body and said, "The stone armor on your body is a good treasure. Even though it is very close to me and Uncle Celestial Phenomenon, we can't sense your cultivation aura." No wonder that day, no matter whether it was the people of the Carefree sect, the Tianyu sect, or the cultivators of the Yuan family, they didn't realize that you were a cultivator in the core forging realm. But that's good. Although you haven't entered the Dharma realm, I'm afraid that the name of Lu Tianping Laozu has already been known by many sects in advance. Lu Ping smiled bitterly. The stone armor on his body was exquisite, simple, and even comfortable. Lu Ping usually put it on and forgot to put it away. This had become a habit when Lu Ping traveled. Hearing Lyra Laozu's words, the storage ring on Lu Ping's hand flashed and the stone armor was put into the storage space. As soon as Lu Ping's stone armor disappeared, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Lyra Laozu immediately noticed the abnormality in Lu Ping's body. Lyra Laozu blinked her eyes and smiled. "What a cunning boy. When did you advance to the 6th layer of the core forging realm? You actually hid it from us for so long." Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "This disciple risked his life to advance this time. Otherwise, how could I know that the secret area of the Fallen Archipelago has the magical effect of triggering the breakthrough of a late core forging realm cultivator?" Lyra Laozu said, "This information was actually obtained by you personally. Then why are you so sure that only late core forging realm cultivators can enter the secret area? Aren't you also at the middle core forging realm?" Lu Ping's divine sense moved, and a divine sense that was far beyond that of an ordinary late core forging realm cultivator, and even comparable to that of a newly advanced core forging realm cultivator, spread out. Lu Ping explained, "Disciple's divine sense has been different from ordinary people since childhood. Although I am only at the middle core forging realm, my divine sense is not weaker than that of a late core forging realm cultivator. It is precisely because of this that after entering the secret area, Disciple was barely able to suppress the violent spiritual qi on the true essence. This allowed Disciple to overcome the edge of losing control of true essence, and finally luckily advanced to the 6th layer of the core forging realm. If there is no powerful divine sense to control the operation of true essence under the guidance of the violent spiritual qi, the only thing waiting for the cultivator is the explosion of the body. This is also the reason why the Crystal Palace, the Central Plains Lu family, and the Yuan family all brought late core forging realm cultivators, and most of them are at the peak of the core forging realm." Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Lyra Laozu asked in surprise, "What a powerful divine sense cultivation, but why does your divine sense carry a pressure from the bloodline?" This is a power that only the Dharma idol Laozu has purified his bloodline and formed a supernatural Dharma idol. Among the monster race, only the purest bloodline, the descendants of the 7th patriarch, the heaven-splitting 7th patriarch, can have a pressure from the bloodline. Lu Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. This disciple really doesn't know. Lu Ping couldn't explain these things, so he simply pretended that he didn't know anything and let the others guess on their own. Carefree Island was originally a relatively desolate medium-sized island among the archipelagos in the East Sea. However, 2 late Dharma adepts of the Carefree sect and several mid-Dharma adepts had used their great magical powers to gather the 12 medium-sized islands in the archipelagos around Carefree Island, forming a brand new large island. After that, they had drawn in several hidden medium-sized spirit veins from all over the archipelagos, finally gathering them into one large spirit vein. Carefree Island, which had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, had become the base of the Carefree sect, a new large sect in the East Sea's cultivation world. At the Carefree port outside of Carefree Island, Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Lu Ping, who was following behind Lyra Laozu. She said with surprise, "Fellow Daoist Lu Tianping? His actually sister Xuanqin's martial nephew? And his cultivation is only at the 6th level of core forging. Sister Xuanqin, you really made a good move that day." Chapter 578. Lu Ping stepped forward and saluted. "The situation was urgent that day, so I had to resort to this method. I hope Senior won't blame me for deceiving you." Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "I originally said that martial nephew Lu was too young. Later, when I learned that Sister Xuanqin was a cultivator from North Sea Zhenling, I was even more surprised. I thought that Zhenling was very capable. Even if martial nephew Lu's cultivation was like a castle in the air and couldn't stand up to scrutiny, it was still very rare for him to be able to push his cultivation to such a high level at such a young age. I didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns. Martial nephew Lu is even more outstanding, and Zhenling is a sect with great cohesiveness and potential." Tianqin Laozu smiled and said, "Senior Sister Xiao is overpraising me." This time, in addition to watching the ceremony of the treasured ship and explaining what happened that day to Senior Sister Xiao, Junior Sister Tian Xiong also came here to congratulate Xiaoyaro sect for becoming the 9th major force in the overseas cultivation world. "I also hope that the two sects can have more exchanges, especially since Xiaoyaro sect's inheritance and foundation are above our sects. At that time, I hope that your sect will not be stingy in teaching us." Xiao Yuhuan also looked happy when she heard this. She said, "Zhenling has a long inheritance in North Sea. This time, when Phantom City rearranged the ranking of the overseas cultivation world, your sect could be said to shine brilliantly, rising from the 3rd to the 2nd in one fell swoop, ranking 9th among the 25 medium-sized sects. Laozu's strength is really impressive. If it wasn't for the fact that your sect doesn't have a grand cultivator, there would be a place for your sect among the top 5 forces in the first class." Hearing Xiao Yuhuan's praise, Tianqin Laozu was about to be modest, but Xiao Yuhuan continued to say, "Xiaoyaro sect was founded, but its predecessor was boudoir. I think Sister Xuanqin is quite familiar with it. At this time, Xiaoyaro sect can be said to have 1,000 things waiting to be done. Cooperating with Zhenling, a powerful sect in the overseas cultivation world, must be an act of mutual benefit, especially to be able to cultivate a talent like martial nephew Lu. Your sect must have something extraordinary. I will report this matter to Senior Sister Yusin as soon as possible. I think Senior Sister Yusin will be very happy to hear this news." Zhenling had to fight against Xianling sect, which was supported by the Crystal Palace, in Beihai, while Xiaoyaro sect directly targeted the Crystal Palace at the beginning of its establishment. After a verbal exchange between the two Laozu, they actually hit it off and immediately set up an alliance, waiting for the consent of the two sects, Laozu. Lu Ping was amazed by the lightning-fast consensus reached by the two parties, but he also realized that the situation of both parties at this time was in a period of rising. It seemed that they had unlimited glory, with one party being the strongest in Beihai, and the other causing the Crystal Palace to suffer losses in their hands several times, but the real situation of the two sects was extremely dangerous. Zhenling could be suppressed by the sects in Beihai at any time because of the expansion of its own strength, while Xiaoyaro sect stood on the opposite side of the Crystal Palace from the beginning. In such a situation, it was natural that the two sects could quickly stand together. The establishment of the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation between the overseas and the middle mainland required someone to carry the teleportation formation disk to clear the space channel along the way. However, the distance between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland was not the main reason. The key was the danger on the way to the middle mainland. Back then, the 7th Patriarch opened up this world, but there were still many areas that had not been fully developed. For example, the distance between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland was extremely far, and there were many dangers along the way. If one wanted to send the teleportation formation disk to the middle mainland, it was almost impossible to succeed with the strength of one person. Therefore, the large sects in the overseas cultivation world gathered the strength of their sects to build huge and incomparably solid treasured ships. Controlled by the masters in the sects, They passed through the dangerous sea area between the overseas cultivation world and the middle mainland and escorted the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation disk to a large sect in the middle mainland that was allied with them. Finally, they built the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation disk to connect the middle mainland and the overseas cultivation world. The establishment of a treasured ship needed to gather the strength of the entire sect of a large sect, and it was also the embodiment of the whole sect. In the overseas cultivation world, if a large sect did not build a treasured ship and successfully sailed it back to the middle mainland, its identity as a large sect would not be recognized by the cultivation world. This was also the biggest reason why the Crystal Palace prevented the Xiaoyaro sect from taking over the share of the spiritual stone mine of the Filing sect. On the hillside in front of the Xiaoyaro harbor, although the distance was extremely far, Lu Ping could clearly see the huge treasured ship without using the 3 pure true pupils. What shocked Lu Ping was not the length of the treasured ship and the width of the ship, but the fact that every part of the treasured ship was at least a top-grade celestial device. How many parts were there in the entire huge ship? What's more, on some key parts of the ship, there were some mysterious runes flashing on the surface of some of the important parts from time to time. They were obviously treasures, and these important parts had already been refined into celestial devices. Tianqin Laozu looked at the treasured ship that was docked in the harbor, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She only heard her ask, "Senior Xiao, which senior sister is in charge of the treasured ship heading to the middle mainland this time?" "It's senior sister Yu Cheng, and there are 4 junior sisters, Yu Ling, Yu Shu, Yu Jing, and Yu Jie. In addition, there are 8 late core forging disciples, 15 mid-core forging disciples, 27 early core forging disciples, and more than 200 blood condensation disciples who do odd jobs." Tianqin Laozu's expression changed, and she said, "A Grand Adept is leading the team, in addition to 1 mid-Dharma Adept and 3 early Dharma Adepts. There are a total of 5 Laozus. This is probably more than half of the known strength of your sect. Will it bring danger to your sect by transferring so many Dharma Adepts at once?" Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's lips curled into a smile, and she said, "You mean the Crystal Palace? Although the Crystal Palace delayed our sect's right to replace the Fei Ling sect by 100 years, and they also have the intention of using the treasured ship to travel to the middle mainland to deplete our sect's strength, how can our sect be so easily exploited by others? It's fine if the Crystal Palace doesn't come, but if they come, unless they send out all their forces, they will definitely be badly injured." At this moment, a thick beam of light suddenly rose from the huge treasured ship. The light rose to a height of several hundred feet in one go, and suddenly exploded. A white light flashed, and within a radius of a few miles, the sunlight in the sky was almost covered. When Lu Ping looked over, the huge treasured ship had already started to move slowly on the surface of the sea. The cheers of the disciples of the Xiaoyaro sect could be heard from the shores around Liberty Port. Many practitioners rose into the sky and followed the treasured ship that was moving faster and faster on the surface of the sea. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu looked at Tianqin Laozu, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, "Sister Xianqin, do you also want to sit on this treasured ship and go to the middle mainland one day?" Tianqin Laozu sighed and said, "If I say I don't, senior sister Xiao won't believe me. It's just that the foundation of my Zhenling sect can't be compared to that of your sect, and the North Sea is barren. Even if I, Zhenling, keep going up, I'm afraid that our generation won't be able to see the scene of the treasured ship sailing west to the middle mainland. We can only pin our hopes on their generation." When Tianqin Laozu finished speaking, she looked at Lu Ping behind her. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu smiled and said, "Where there is a will, there is a will. This treasured ship is made up of 100,000 top-grade magic tools, over 1,000 ordinary magic treasures, and the important positions also need to be supported by psychic magic treasures and even spirit-nurturing magic treasures. Only then can it be assembled into such a colossus. A treasured ship not only embodies a sect's refinement techniques, formation techniques, puppetry techniques, talisman techniques, and alchemy techniques, but it is also a competition of the sect's financial resources and cultivation resources. Before my Xiaoyaro sect was established, we operated in the cultivation world of the Eastern Sea as a boudoir for over 1,000 years and accumulated countless financial resources. But if we really want to remake a treasured ship, it will be impossible to complete it without several hundred years of time. Even if it is completed, I'm afraid that more than half of the savings of my Xiaoyaro sect over 1,000 years will be used up. When Tianqin Laozu heard Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's words, she hesitated for a moment and then asked, "What do you mean, senior sister?" Xiao Yuhuan said with a smile, "Sister, I've told you before that this treasure ship of our sect was originally excavated from the ruins of a sect that had been destroyed in the cultivation world for a long time. At that time, this treasure ship was only half completed. After a few decades of repairing and perfecting by our sect, it can now set sail for the central region." Tianqin Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister, you mean to say that we should start preparing for a rainy day, or to find some sects that have been annihilated in time and see if we can find some wreckage of treasured ships to reduce the burden of the sect?" Xiao Yuhuan nodded and said, "That's right. If Zhenling really has the courage to attack the big sects in the future, then it's best to start preparing now." Tianqin Laozu said, "Senior sister, you're right. It's a pity that the North Sea is barren. Since the beginning of records, there has only been one big sect, Filing Sect." Senior sister, are you referring to Filing Sect?" Xiao Yuhuan Laozu nodded and said solemnly, "Junior sister, don't you see clearly that the so-called overflowing sea gang is the pawn of the Crystal Palace that has sneaked into the North Sea? Now the Crystal Palace has even begun to personally interfere in the affairs of the North Sea." "Why?" Tianqin Laozu said in surprise, "Is it really for the ruins of Filing Sect that have sunk to the bottom of the sea?" Xiao Yuhuan Laozu chuckled and said, "Sister, please forgive me for my inappropriate words. Apart from the ruins of Filing Sect in the North Sea, is there anything else that the Crystal Palace is interested in?" Tianqin Laozu became silent and seemed to be digesting this amazing news. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu's words were exaggerated, but it made sense. If there was anything in the North Sea that was worth the Crystal Palace spending so much money to manage, it seemed to be the relics of Filing Sect. Xiao Yuhuan Laozu seemed to want to continue and said another piece of news that shocked Tianqin Laozu. "Nowadays, the situation in the cultivation world is unclear. The central mainland is in turmoil, and now it has even affected many big sects. I'm afraid that the overseas cultivation world will not be peaceful. This time, when the heavenly wall of poison opened, many practitioners were killed. Although it is difficult to preserve the bodies of the fallen practitioners in the fallen archipelago, my Xiaoyaro sect still found that some practitioners actually died because of the exhaustion of their divine thought." "Exhaustion of divine thoughts?" Tianqin Laozu asked in confusion. Then, as if she thought of something, her eyes widened and a trace of fear appeared on her face. She said, "Is it really exhaustion of divine thoughts?" Chapter 579. Seeing Tianqin Laozu's excitement, Lu Ping asked in confusion, "Martial uncle, what's going on?" Tianqin Laozu turned around and said, "I'll tell you in detail later." After that, Tianqin Laozu turned to Xiao Yuhuan and asked, "Senior sister Xiao, did you see that thing with your own eyes?" Xiao Yuhuan shook her head and said solemnly, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's most likely the demon clan. At that time, it was not only my free and unfettered school who saw the corpse, even the fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Moon sect saw it with their own eyes. After that, I reported this matter to Senior Sister Yu Xin. Senior Sister Yu Xin once personally asked Yuan Luo of the Yuan clan about this matter in Fantasy Spirit City. Although that Yuan Luo did not see the corpse, after hearing Senior Sister Yu Xin's description of the deceased, he also thought that it was very likely that the demon race had appeared." Tianqin Laozu let out a long breath and said, "Yuan family's lightning magic is the most effective way to restrain the demon clan. Yuan family is the vanguard against the demon clan every time, so they know the demon clan best. Since Yuan Luo said it was the demon clan, then it must be the demon clan. Not only that," Xiao Yuhuan Laozu continued, "Crystal Palace also met Poison Azura this time." "Poison Azura? I've never heard of Poison Azura appearing in the Fallen Archipelago before, and Poison Azura rarely appeared in the past." Tianqin Laozu took a breath and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, How many things happened in the Fallen Archipelago this time? Why did both Azura and the Demon Clan appear there, but I, Jinling, didn't receive any news in the Fantasy Spirit City? These matters have only been spread amongst the 8 great sects of the Endless Sea region and the Crystal Palace. Although our carefree sect has been pushed aside by the Crystal Palace, our strength is already sufficient. They would love for our sect to participate in this as well so that we can share their burden. As a result, we have also learnt of this matter. If the other mid-sized sects do not have their own connections, they are probably still in the dark. Tian Qin Laozu sighed and said softly, "The Shura is bloodthirsty, and the demon race devours souls." Senior Sister Xiao, this time, the myriad poison firmament wall suddenly closed, causing many cultivators to die inside. Is it also because of the demon race and Azura race? Lu Ping was somewhat dumbfounded when he heard this. Lu Ping was very clear about the reason why the myriad poison firmament wall suddenly closed, but he did not expect that Lyra Laozu would actually link this matter with the demon race and Azura. Xiao Yuhuan was also a little stunned, but she still said, "I've never thought about this matter," but after hearing Junior Sister's reminder, the Fallen Archipelago is a highly toxic place. Could it really be a hiding place for poison Azura? Why haven't we found any traces of poison Azura in the Fallen Archipelago for dozens of times? Lu Ping felt strange in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He could only listen to the 2 Laozu guessing the truth of the matter. After meeting Yuxin Laozu, the great practitioner of the Xiaoyaro sect, and bringing Tianxiong Laozu's intention to make friends with the Xiaoyaro sect on behalf of Junling, Lyra Laozu took Lu Ping back to the Fallen Secret Land. Along the way, Lyra Laozu looked serious, and Lu Ping followed her silently without saying anything. He was just thinking about the news about poison Azura and the demon race that Xiao Yuhuan Laozu had once told him. Azura aside, Lu Ping had met Water Azura and Ice Azura in the North Sea, so he had some understanding of the Azura clan. However, it was the first time that Lu Ping had heard of the demon race, and from the tone of the 2 Laozus, Xiao Yuhuan and Lyra, it seemed that the appearance of the demon race was a taboo, and the major sects seemed unwilling to publicize the appearance of the demon race in the world of cultivation. On Jingzhe Island, Tianxiong Laozu finished listening to Lyra Laozu's experience in the Xiaoyaro sect, and the cave suddenly fell silent. Only the more violent aura around Tianxiong Laozu revealed that Tianxiong Laozu's mood at the moment was extremely turbulent. After a long time, Tianxiong Laozu finally opened his eyes and said calmly, "Originally, the old man wanted to make some more preparations, but I did not expect the situation to deteriorate so quickly. Passing the mid-Dharma stage tribulation is imminent." The Sky Zither elder was taken aback and said, "Uncle Master, it's better to think twice before you act. The tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage is extremely dangerous. Uncle Master, it's best if you make sure you're fully prepared before you face the tribulation. Now that we have 9 Dharma adepts in the Zhenling sect, if we really go all out, even a large sect would be wary of us. I don't think the sects in the North Sea will dare to join forces to suppress our sect. They are not fools, can't they see that Zhenling sect has the support of the Crystal Palace? Doing so will only benefit Zhenling sect. Without our sect to contain them, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house." Tianxiong Laozu shook his head and said, "How can there be any complete preparations? These few years, in order to delay the arrival of the tribulation, I have made more preparations. I have been suppressing my own aura, but now I can't delay it any longer. If the old man does not even dare to take this little risk, then he deserves to not be able to pass this tribulation." Tianxiong Laozu saw that Tianxiong Laozu had made up his mind, so he no longer tried to persuade him. However, Tianxiong Laozu continued to say, "Dao Sheng was so talented and arrogant back then. Could it be that he could not see the purpose of the Crystal Palace and was willing to be the spear of the Crystal Palace in the North Sea?" Tianxiong Laozu was puzzled and asked, "Why is that?" Tianxiong Laozu said faintly, "They are just using each other. Dao Sheng knows the principle of putting away the good bow when the birds are gone, but he is still willing to be ordered around by the Crystal Palace, just because the Crystal Palace supports Zhenling sect." Tianxiong Laozu said with some disdain, "Isn't it because he is driven by benefits? He only sees the benefits in front of him and is short-sighted. Tian Xiong Laozu said seriously, if you only see it this way, then no wonder you can't be the sect head deacon of Zhenling. You are smart enough, but you can't compare to Tian Xiong. In the cultivation world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The key is to see who has the better means. The Crystal Palace is using Xianling sect as a tool, and Xianling sect is also hoping that when the Crystal Palace is ready to cook the dog after the rabbit is dead, Xianling sect will be strong enough to make the master of the Crystal Palace hesitate to take action. Tian Xiong Laozu was surprised and said, isn't this taking a risk? How can the Crystal Palace let Xianling sect become stronger? How can Dao Sheng put Xianling sect in such a dangerous situation? Tian Xiong Laozu shook his head and said, this is exactly Dao Sheng's brilliance. If there is no external intervention, Xianling sect's decline is a foregone conclusion. The tribulation of the cultivation world is coming. Xianling sect and other weak small and medium-sized sects are generally facing the threat of extinction. Even if the sect is not destroyed, I am afraid that what awaits Xianling sect is thousands of years or even longer. Instead of that, Dao Sheng might as well take a risk when the tribulation begins and take the opportunity to get rid of the control of the Crystal Palace. If he passes the tribulation, Xianling sect will once again dominate the North Sea, and may even regain the power and influence that Fei Ling sect had in the past. Tian Xiong Laozu listened to Tian Xiong Laozu's explanation and remained silent. Lu Ping, on the other hand, sat cross-legged and listened to the conversation between the two Tian Xiong Laozu. He had a deeper understanding of the deception and deceit of the cultivation world and the law of the jungle. At this moment, Tian Xiong Laozu suddenly turned to Lu Ping and said, in 7 days, you will follow the old man to receive the tribulation of the mid-Dharma stage. If the old man is unfortunate enough to fall, you will be responsible for bringing the few belongings of the old man back to the sect. As for the other belongings, you can have them all. Lu Ping was taken aback and was about to decline when Tian Xiong Laozu waved his hand to stop him from speaking. He continued, I heard that you have done a lot for the sect over the years, but Tianling has been holding back from giving you any rewards. I know that Tianling has high expectations of you. She is doing this to accumulate all your contributions so that when you are in real trouble, she can use the entire sect to help you. Lu Ping had never heard of this before and had a shocked expression on his face. Tian Xiong Laozu, however, acted as if he did not see it and continued to say, fortunately, your family has not let us down. Not only is your level of practice the best among your peers, your family's business has also been quite successful. You rarely take the initiative to ask for anything from the sect. The old man is also returning the favor on behalf of the sect. When the old man was at your level of practice, his wealth could not be compared to yours. However, the old man has been in the cultivation world for hundreds of years after all. Other than a few treasures of the sect, the rest of the belongings are from the old man's collection over the past hundreds of years. Take it all as a reward for your contributions to the sect all these years. How much did a Dharma adept, Laozu, have? What's more, he was a mid-Dharma adept of a sect. Even if he returned a few of the treasures that the sect had refined using all of its resources to the sect, the remaining items would be enough to make any cultivator in the cultivation world drool. Tianqin Laozu looked at Tian Xiong Laozu in shock, but in her heart, she was thinking about how much Lu Ping had contributed to the sect for Tian Xiong Laozu to give him all of his hundreds of years of collection. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, how can I accept this? How can I accept this? Tian Xiong Laozu once again interrupted Lu Ping and said with a smile, you don't have to decline. If the old man successfully survives this tribulation, you will naturally not be able to obtain the old man's collection. No matter what, this time, the old man still has a 50% chance of surviving the tribulation. Lu Ping asked in disbelief, only a 50% chance. But then he thought of something and smiled sheepishly. Tianqin Laozu said to Lu Ping angrily, 50% chance? Do you know what the success rate of a mid-Dharma adept is? Less than 10%. A 50% chance is already extremely high. Tian Xiong Laozu chuckled and said to Tianqin Laozu, his level of practice has not reached this level yet, so it's normal that he doesn't know much about the Dharma stage. Tianqin Laozu rolled his eyes at Lu Ping and did not say another word. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you let Uncle Master Tianqin go and protect Uncle Master when he is going through the tribulation? What if someone tries to do something bad to Uncle Master when he is going through the tribulation? How can I defend myself with my low level of practice?" Tianxiong Laozu and Tianqin Laozu looked at each other, and then Tianqin Laozu explained with a smile, "When a Dharma adept receives the tribulation, no other Dharma adept will dare to stay within the range of the tribulation. Otherwise, regardless of whether the second adept is willing or not, his tribulation will automatically descend. Hence, when a Dharma adept is going through the tribulation, other Dharma adepts will not dare to go near, and the threat of other core forging adepts will naturally not be taken into consideration. Chapter 580. 7 days later, on a desolate island in the fallen secret territory, Lu Ping followed behind Tianxiong Laozu and Laozu. Tianxiong Laozu turned to look at Lu Ping, then said to Tianxiong Laozu, "Martial uncle, disciple will go to the periphery and wait. I wish martial uncle success." Then Tianxiong Laozu said to Lu Ping, "Martial nephew Lu, I didn't want to say much, but I hope you can understand that the reason why Tianxiong gave you this opportunity is not just to give you his treasures, but also to hope that you can be the core of the future rise of our sect, and that you can take the treasures of Zhenling back and forth between the North Sea and the Central Plains." Tianxiong Laozu paused, as if he felt that he didn't say it clearly enough, so he continued, "Observing the tribulation of a Dharma adept is a great opportunity for a core forging cultivator. I hope that martial nephew Lu can seize this opportunity and improve your cultivation." After Tianxiong Laozu said this, he turned and disappeared. Lu Ping looked at Tianxiong Laozu with some doubt, but Tianxiong Laozu smiled and said, "You don't have to take what your martial uncle said to heart. The rise of a sect has never been because of the strength of a single cultivator. However, if the old man is lucky enough to survive the tribulation, there is indeed an opportunity in it. But as for where this opportunity is, even the old man has no way of knowing. When the time comes, it will depend on your luck." As soon as Tianxiong Laozu's voice fell, in Lu Ping's divine sense, an invisible layer of astral qi around Tianxiong Laozu suddenly dissipated. Tianxiong Laozu, who was bound by the invisible force, suddenly became like a wild horse that was released from its reins. In an instant, it swept out in a radius of 30 miles. At the same time that Tianxiong Laozu released his aura, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent with Tianxiong Laozu as the center. The sky within a radius of 10 miles was filled with countless strange phenomena. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, more and more dark clouds gathered above Tianxiong Laozu, gradually blotting out the sunlight. The sky was like the bottom of a pot, and the surrounding scenery gradually darkened until one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands in front of them. This little bit of darkness naturally couldn't obstruct Lu Ping and the others. Tianxiong Laozu smiled at Lu Ping and said, "The old man is about to receive his own tribulation. You have to watch carefully. In the future, when your cultivation base reaches this level, what you see today might be of great benefit to you." Celestial Phenomenon Patriarch slammed his own chest and let out a deafening roar that resounded through the sky. When Lu Ping looked over, he saw a half-foot-long ape made of real yuan suddenly jumping out from Tianxiong Laozu's chest. The ape hovered in front of Tianxiong Laozu and suddenly let out another provocative roar towards the sky. Immediately after, the ape's body expanded like a balloon, directly growing to the size of 3 feet, transforming into a huge golden mouth with 2 fangs shining with a cold light. Both of his hands struck the ape's chest with an incomparably ferocious expression. Lu Ping knew that this giant ape was the Dharma form of Tianxiong Laozu after he advanced to the Dharma phase. From this, it could be seen that Tianxiong Laozu cultivated the first of the 5 true teachings of Zhenling, the mystical ape water manipulation art. Just as the giant ape made of real yuan roared towards the sky, revealing its aura to the world, Lu Ping suddenly felt a strong vitality from this giant ape. Yes, it was vitality. The Dharma form condensed by a Dharma phase practitioner in the core space was not like the golden elixir condensed by a core forging stage practitioner, which was the condensation of real yuan and the essence of blood, but a kind of life essence. Every time a core forging stage practitioner advanced to the next level, while strengthening the real yuan and the essence of blood, the practitioner's divine thoughts would be tempered into the golden elixir, making the golden elixir of the core forging stage practitioner like an egg endlessly endowed with life essence. When the real yuan, blood, divine thoughts, and spirituality from heaven and earth contained in this egg reached the limit, these things would finally be brewed into a mass of condensed life essence. At this time, it was the time for the core forging stage practitioner to condense the golden elixir and reach the peak of the core forging stage. At this time, when the life essence in the egg was condensed to a high enough density and purity that the golden elixir could no longer contain it, the life essence would flourish and form a Dharma form in the core space of the practitioner. This meant that the practitioner had successfully advanced to the Dharma phase. To a practitioner, Dharma form often meant a second life. However, although the Dharma form was condensed from the life essence, it did not mean that the Dharma form was endowed with life. It still needed to go through trials and tribulations before the abundant life essence could finally be awakened, and these trials and tribulations were the Dharma phase practitioner's tribulations. Celestial Laozu was now a mid-Dharma adept, and he had already passed the early Dharma phase tribulation. The life essence in the Dharma phase had already been partially awakened, and this boundless life essence was transformed into pure yang qi by the Dharma phase practitioner. What was the source of the pure yang qi in heaven and earth, and who gave it this pure yang qi? In the pitch-black sky above Celestial Laozu's Dharma giant ape, a clap of thunder resounded through the universe. Countless golden bolts of lightning seemed to fill the entire dark clouds, as if they were golden ropes that were tied to one's body. The power of lightning was the most yang energy in heaven and earth. A practitioner who had passed the tribulation of lightning would naturally recover this pure yang energy, and finally awaken the huge amount of life essence in the practitioner's Dharma phase. The golden giant ape was majestic, and the muscles all over its body swelled up. The golden fur that was formed from the blood essence in its body was even thicker. At this moment, a bolt of lightning that was also golden in color suddenly shot out from the dark clouds, descending towards the head of the giant ape. Immediately after, another bolt of lightning exploded, as if admitting that it had come too late. When the giant ape saw this bolt of lightning descending, its ferocious face that was formed from the blood essence actually revealed a hint of mockery. The giant ape's body was suddenly covered in a layer of blood red, and the originally golden giant ape suddenly became a golden red color. The giant ape clapped its palms together, then pulled outwards, and a golden light screen suddenly appeared on top of the giant ape's head. The lightning descended, but it only caused a ripple on the surface of the golden light screen, and then the lightning disappeared. The giant ape's disdainful demeanor seemed to have angered the dark clouds that seemed to be filled with countless electric snakes. Countless electric snakes gathered in the dark clouds, finally forming a thick bolt of lightning. As this bolt of lightning pierced through the void and fell towards the giant ape, the area around the bolt of lightning suddenly burst into flames. Lightning fire! The giant ape suddenly roared, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. It clenched its fists tightly, and its feet suddenly shot up into the sky. Its right fist suddenly smashed towards the descending tribulation fire, and a layer of golden glove that looked like flowing water had condensed on the giant ape's right fist at some point. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, as if it had suddenly pierced through the air, causing the surrounding air to continuously explode. The giant ape let out a roar and landed on the ground with a bang. The lightning fire in the sky had disappeared at some point. When Lu Ping looked over, the golden glove on the giant ape's right fist had already disappeared. Its entire right fist and golden right arm had become incomparably illusory, like a reflection in the water that could disappear at any time. The giant ape's left arm hit its chest, and with a muffled bang a stream of golden red light suddenly appeared on the giant ape's left chest. Immediately after, this stream of light was like a blooming flower, with the giant ape's chest as the center, spreading throughout its entire body. The giant ape stretched out its right arm, and the originally illusory right arm was suddenly filled with a rich golden red light, suddenly becoming a lot more solid. Just as the golden-red bloodlight exploded from the giant ape's chest, Lu Ping's eyes flashed, and he seemed to faintly see Celestial Laozu's body in the giant ape's chest. It only took a moment for the giant ape to restore its right arm that had been destroyed by the lightning. The dark clouds in the sky surged again, but this time there was no lightning. Instead, countless lightning snakes drilled out of the dark clouds. These lightning snakes wriggled down from the dark clouds, and then converged towards the giant ape from all directions. The giant ape's previous fierce expression immediately receded a lot, and suddenly raised its two huge palms, shooting 10 water arrows towards the area with the densest lightning snakes. Lu Ping's keen divine sense detected a trace of spirituality in the 10 water arrows. This was a phenomenon unique to spells and spells. These 10 incomparably ordinary magic arts actually had the power of at least a minor magic art. Boom, 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 10 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 10 water arrows struck the 10 lightning snakes. However, the moment the 10 lightning snakes were destroyed by the water arrows, they suddenly exploded into a ball of lightning, and at the same time, the water arrows were also blown to pieces. Lu Ping's expression changed. He didn't think that these lightning snakes in the sky would have such power. What made Lu Ping even more terrified was that these lightning snakes would self-destruct after receiving a destructive attack. The power of one lightning snake self-destructing was only at the level of a minor magic art. However, at this moment, there were no less than thousands of lightning snakes snaking down from the sky. If all of these lightning snakes self-destructed at the same time, the power could be described as toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The giant ape seemed to be startled by this, and in the instant the 10 water arrows exploded, the giant ape seemed to have no regard for its life. It continuously swung its palms towards the sky, and each time it swung, 10 water arrows would fly towards the lightning snakes in all directions. It was as if countless firecrackers had been set off in the sky, and countless explosions rang out together before erupting, causing the seawater beneath their feet to rise to a height of 30 feet. Although the giant ape tried its best to detonate the lightning snakes in the sky, how could it destroy thousands of them in such a short time? Just as the giant ape was doing its best to destroy the lightning serpents closest to it, the surrounding lightning serpents had already formed a huge encirclement around the giant ape. It was as if a huge electric net had been woven, ready to capture the giant ape in one fell swoop. The giant ape struggled with all its might in an attempt to tear through the electric net and escape. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.